the quiet of ancient memory, there exists a figure shaped by long horizons, shifting seas, and the slow erosion of time. His name drifts through the earliest Greek epics like a gentle current, never hurried, never fading. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, is remembered not through sudden triumphs or bright flashes of heroism, but through endurance, through the patient movement of a traveler who learns to navigate both the visible world and the hidden one. His story stretches across generations, carried first by oral tradition and later preserved in the steady language of the Homeric poems. To follow his path is to move through the landscapes of early Greece, the hills of Ithaca, the shores of Troy, and the wide, uncertain waters that lie between myth and geography. The tale does not rush. It unfolds like an evening tide, touching each place with the same deliberate stillness. In this series, his entire journey will be explored from its earliest origins to its lasting legacy, shaped by history and softened by the quiet rhythm of distant ages. If this peaceful retelling brings comfort, take a moment to like, subscribe, and share where in the world you are listening from. Let the story settle and allow rest to rise slowly around you. Long before the journeys, the storms, and the long wanderings that would later shape the memory of Odysseus, there existed an island resting quietly on the western edge of the Greek world. Ithaca, his homeland, was neither large nor richly adorned compared to the powerful centers of the Aegean. It was a rugged place of steep hills, narrow valleys, and shores touched more by wind and tide than by the footsteps of armies. Its landscape formed a cradle of stone and water, a secluded kingdom that lived in harmony with the slow pace of early Greek life. To understand Odysseus, one must begin with this island, for it is here that his story takes root, shaped by geography, ancestry, and the timeless rhythms of the Ionian Sea. Ithaca stands among a cluster of islands, now known as the Ionian Group, lying west of the Greek mainland. In the age of myth, its boundaries were defined not by political borders, but by natural contours, promontories that curved into sheltered bays, cliffs that faced the open sea, and fertile patches of land tended by small communities. Unlike the sprawling territories ruled by Atreus in Mycenae or Minos in Crete, Ithaca was modest, its resources limited but steady. Its people lived close to the earth and close to the sea, depending on both for sustenance. Shepherds tended flocks along the rocky slopes, farmers cultivated the valleys, and sailors ventured into nearby waters, guided by the stars and the familiar shape of their coastline. In this environment, leadership held a different quality. The king of Ithaca was responsible not for monumental palaces or vast military campaigns, but for balance, maintaining harmony among households, ensuring the productivity of the land, and guiding the island through the uncertain shifts of weather and season. This kingship was rooted in the traditions of early Greece, where authority blended with household stewardship, and the lines between ruler and community were softer than in later eras. It was into this lineage that Odysseus would eventually step. But before his own birth, another figure shaped the identity of the island: Laertes, his father. Laertes was a member of the royal line of the Cephallenians, a people known in myth for their skill with oars and their resilience in the island world. He inherited the small kingdom through a mixture of ancestry and community support, holding it not through force, but through the steady rhythm of leadership. Under his rule, Ithaca remained stable, quiet, and dependable. In the traditions of Greek mythology, The land and the leader often reflect one another, and Laertes' character, unassuming yet firm, mirrored the landscape of Ithaca itself. His marriage to Anticlea, mother of Odysseus, further anchored the family within the island's social fabric. Through Anticlea, Odysseus was said to be connected to the great hero Autolycus, a figure known for his cunning and skill in trickery, suggesting that the roots of Odysseus's later intelligence stretched deep into ancestral soil. The era into which Odysseus would one day be born existed at the threshold of myth and early Greek society. Archaeological evidence from similar island communities shows simple dwellings, storage jars for grain and oil, and small shrines where offerings were made to ancestral spirits and emerging Olympian gods. Daily life followed the reliable progression of seasons: sowing, tending, harvesting, and storing. In such a world, knowledge of the sea was not a luxury, but a necessity. Ithacans navigated inlets, fished the coastal waters, and ventured cautiously toward neighboring islands. They learned to read subtle signs: the swell of distant waves, the behavior of seabirds, the shift of wind through the channel. This maritime awareness would become foundational for Odysseus, whose later travels depended not only on divine intervention, but on the skills cultivated by generations of island dwellers. Beyond its natural environment, Ithaca's cultural atmosphere contributed to the shaping of its future king. The island was part of the broader Mycenaean world, a network of small kingdoms and territories bound together by shared language, trade routes, and religious practices. While Ithaca lacked the grandeur of Mycenae or Pylos, it remained connected through maritime exchanges. Traders brought stories from distant shores, news of rising powers, and the shifting alliances of mainland cities. These external influences drifted into Ithaca slowly but steadily, weaving the island into the fabric of early Greek civilization. The people maintained their own identity, yet they were never isolated from the larger patterns of the era. Within this environment, the values that would later define Odysseus's life were already present. The landscape required resilience, the sea required caution and adaptability, the community required diplomacy and clear judgment. Tales passed down beside evening hearths spoke of gods who intervened in mortal affairs, heroes who overcame adversity, and journeys across unknown waters. Such stories formed the background against which Odysseus's future actions would be understood. He was not alone in possessing intelligence or courage, but the combination of Ithaca's demands and his ancestral heritage contributed to the distinctive qualities that would make him one of the most enduring figures in Greek mythology. The island's topography, though modest, also played a symbolic role in the narrative that Homer would later weave. Ithaca, with its high ridges and hidden paths, was a place where one could observe both the world and the self. Its geography encouraged introspection, a quiet awareness of one's surroundings. Odysseus, often portrayed as thoughtful and deliberate, may have reflected the contemplative nature of his homeland. Ithaca's harbour, sheltered yet open to the west, symbolized both refuge and departure. It served as a threshold, a place from which one could begin a journey or return home after long years abroad. In mythic storytelling, such landscapes are rarely incidental. They shape the character's symbolic meaning. When later poets described Odysseus as a man of many turns, they were referring not only to his cleverness, but also to the winding paths of his homeland, which required careful navigation. The island itself becomes a metaphor for his life, a place defined by subtleties, layers, and hidden depths. Ithaca's hills rise slowly, its valleys open quietly, and its shores meet the sea with gentle persistence, qualities mirrored in Odysseus's own journey, which unfolds not through sudden transformation, but through gradual endurance. In early Greek memory, Ithaca was more than a setting, it was an anchor. While many heroes pursued glory on distant battlefields, Odysseus carried within him a longing for home that shaped every step of his wanderings. His identity was inseparable from the island's identity. Even during the longest stretches of his travels, when storms, enchantments, and divine challenges threatened to reshape his destiny, the thought of Ithaca remained a steady presence in his story. This bond between hero and homeland is one of the defining features of his myth. The island is both beginning and end, origin and destination. Thus, the story of Odysseus does not begin with battles or journeys. It begins with a quiet island on the edge of the Greek world, shaped by stone, sea, and sky. Ithaca provided the foundation of his character, the rhythms of daily life that prepared him for endurance, and the sense of belonging that guided him through distant realms. In this first turn of the story, before the call to war or the tests of fate, the land itself speaks. It offers a landscape carved by time and tradition, waiting for the child who would one day carry its name into the vast expanse of myth. The early years of Odysseus unfolded within the quiet terrain of Ithaca, shaped by the rhythms of pastoral life, the steady guidance of his family, and the subtle interplay between myth and daily custom that marked the era. His childhood did not pass with dramatic events or sudden revelations. Rather, it developed as a gradual emergence of qualities that would later define him: resourcefulness, resilience, and an attentive mind that observed more than it declared. In the age of heroic narratives, childhood was often portrayed not as a time of innocence, but as the first stage in the crafting of identity. Odysseus's formation reflected this tradition, blending familial lineage, local environment, and the cultural expectations of a small island kingdom. Born to Laertes and Anticlea, Odysseus entered a household known not for power, but for steadiness. Laertes, though king, lived simply compared to the rulers of the great Mycenaean palaces. His authority was practical rather than ceremonial, exercised through management of land and relationships rather than through displays of wealth. This atmosphere of modest leadership formed the backdrop of Odysseus's early experiences. The child observed a father who worked alongside his people, who pruned his own orchards and oversaw the flocks with personal involvement. From such examples, the young heir absorbed a foundational lesson. Rule was inseparable from responsibility, and leadership began with the quiet labor of maintaining order. Anticlea contributed a different heritage, one woven from a lineage of keen perception and subtle intelligence. As the daughter of Autolycus, renowned in myth as a master of cunning, she carried within her a legacy of sharp wit and flexible thought. These traits, filtered through family stories and early teachings, permeated Odysseus's childhood subtly, guiding him toward a way of thinking that valued strategy over impulse. In many Greek traditions, the influence of lineage was not understood as simple inheritance, but as a deeper connection to the qualities embodied by ancestors. Through Anticlea, Odysseus carried the symbolic imprint of cleverness and adaptability long before he ever needed to rely on them. His earliest surroundings also contributed to the shaping of his character. Ithaca, with its rugged slopes and narrow paths, demanded alertness from even its youngest inhabitants. Children grew accustomed to uneven terrain, to the necessity of reading the land and adjusting to its rhythm. The island lacked expansive plains for large-scale agriculture. Instead, its fields were fragmented, requiring precise knowledge of soil and stone. Young Odysseus spent his early years moving between these landscapes, learning the contours of the island, not through instruction, but through daily familiarity. This intimate understanding of the environment fostered an early sensitivity to complexity, a sense that the world was composed of many small, interconnected details. In the broader Greek world, the education of a future leader was not structured around formal schooling, but around participation in household and community life. Physical training emerged naturally from the tasks required to maintain a self-sustaining territory. Odysseus, like other youths of his time, learned to run across rocky hillsides, to throw javelins for hunting, and to use a bow to defend livestock from predators. Such activities were not framed as heroic feats, but as necessary skills for survival in a land where resources demanded careful stewardship. This practical foundation later manifested in Odysseus's ability to adapt quickly to unfamiliar environments, whether navigating foreign shores or confronting unforeseen dangers. Just as important as physical training was the cultivation of intellect. In the evenings, when work subsided and households gathered around dim hearths, stories circulated, tales of gods, ancient ancestors, and distant journeys. These stories were not meant purely for entertainment. They carried ethical teachings, cosmological understanding, and cultural memory. Odysseus absorbed these narratives gradually, internalizing their patterns of cause and consequence, their depictions of divine favor and mortal responsibility. Through such exposure, he developed an early intuition for the complex relationship between human action and larger forces, a theme that would resonate throughout his later adventures. Mythic traditions sometimes portrays the young Odysseus as more deliberate than other future heroes, preferring careful thought over outward bravado. Whether this portrayal is historical or symbolic, it reflects a deeper truth. Greek culture valued intelligence and adaptability as essential components of leadership. The formation of Odysseus's mind was rooted in observation, contemplation, and strategic imagination. He learned to consider not only what was visible, but what might lie beyond immediate perception. This capacity for mental movement, subtle, fluid, and forward-looking, would become one of his defining attributes. Another important element in his early years was the presence of animals. Island communities depended on livestock, and young heirs were often involved in their care. Shepherds, herders, and farmers provided early examples of patience and attentiveness. Watching flocks taught Odysseus the value of vigilance. Caring for animals trained him in consistency. Such daily responsibilities reinforced a worldview in which endurance mattered more than spectacle. The slow, continuous effort required to maintain a household prepared him for the prolonged trials that would define his adult life. Human relationships also played a central role in his formation. Ithaca's society was close-knit, built on reciprocal trust and shared labor. Young Odysseus grew up within a network of neighbors, mentors, and elders whose presence shaped his understanding of cooperation. Unlike heroes raised in the isolation of royal palaces, he experienced early life within a communal structure where leadership was relational rather than authoritarian. This environment encouraged diplomacy, negotiation, and respect for differing perspectives, skills he later used in interactions with allies during the Trojan War and with foreign peoples during his wanderings. As Odysseus grew older, he began to participate more actively in the responsibilities of the household. Training in leadership included learning how to allocate resources, resolve disputes, and understand the practical needs of every part of the island. This early exposure to the complexities of governance planted the seeds of prudence. In Greek tradition, prudence, termed metis, represented a particular kind of intelligence, flexible, strategic, and deeply attuned to circumstance. While strength and courage held value, metis was celebrated as a subtler form of excellence. Odysseus's connection to this quality emerged long before his name appeared in epic poetry. There is also a symbolic dimension to his early life. In myth, a hero's childhood often reflects the qualities that will later define them. Achilles displays exceptional strength even as a young boy. Perseus experiences the tension between mortality and divine intervention. Theseus reveals an innate sense of justice. Odysseus's childhood, by contrast, reflects steadiness. He is formed not by extraordinary events, but by ordinary ones. This grounding underscores a central feature of his myth. He is a mortal hero, shaped not by divine birthright or supernatural power, but through the enduring, patient accumulation of experience. By the time Odysseus approached adulthood, the foundations of his character were firmly in place. He had learned to read landscapes, to navigate relationships, and to measure the weight of choices. His intelligence was not theoretical, but practical, arising from the daily tasks and slow observations of island life. His identity was inseparable from the land that had nurtured him. Ithaca, with its modest scale and rugged beauty, provided an environment where subtlety mattered more than grandeur, and where resilience formed naturally through familiarity with the unpredictable nature of sea and soil. Thus, the early shaping of Odysseus was not marked by sudden transformation, but by gradual formation. In the quiet hills, the orchards tended by Laertes, the stories shared beside evening fires, and the responsibilities carried through adolescence, the contours of his future self emerged gently. The Odysseus remembered by later centuries, the navigator, strategist, and survivor, began as a child shaped by a landscape that demanded awareness, by a community that valued steady judgment, and by a lineage that carried both strength and subtle thought. As Odysseus moved from youth into early adulthood, the expectations of Ithaca and its surrounding world began to crystallize around him. A king's heir in the age of Greek myth was not shaped solely by training, lineage, or personal development. He was also shaped by the alliances he formed, the household he established, and the continuity he provided for his community. Among these responsibilities, marriage held a central place. It was not only a personal union, but an event woven into the broader fabric of kinship, stability, and generational continuity. The marriage of Odysseus and Penelope would become one of the most enduring partnerships in ancient literature. But before it entered the realm of symbolism, it existed as a practical, culturally grounded bond formed within the customs of the early Greek world. Penelope, daughter of Icarius of Sparta, belonged to a lineage known for endurance and quiet strength. Her family was part of the wider network of noble households that shaped the political and social landscape of the Greek mainland. Sparta itself, though later associated with militaristic discipline, was during this earlier period a region of established traditions and stable households. Penelope's upbringing prepared her for the expectations placed upon noble women of the age, managing domestic affairs, preserving lineage through her children, and maintaining the social fabric of the household. Yet stories about her emphasize qualities that extend beyond typical expectations: perseverance, intelligence, and an unwavering internal steadiness that mirrors the subtler virtues celebrated in Greek myth. Before the marriage, political and familial considerations guided much of the decision-making. In early Greek society, unions among noble families were shaped by networks of alliance, shared obligations, and the balancing of relationships among regional leaders. For Laertes, securing a bride for his son meant strengthening Ithaca's connections to the wider Greek world. For Icarius, marrying his daughter into the household of a distant but stable kingdom offered both prestige and the expansion of familial influence. In this landscape of reciprocal benefit, Penelope and Odysseus were aligned through a combination of practical reasoning and compatible heritage. The cultural context of marriage in this period was framed by long-standing customs. Rituals marked the transition from maiden to wife. Ceremonies affirmed the joining of families, and gifts symbolized the exchange of honor between households. The bride would typically leave her home accompanied by attendants, traveling to the house of her husband, where she would become part of a new lineage. Such rituals were not merely social forms. They reflected deeper ideas about belonging and continuity. In mythic memory, these transitions often carried symbolic weight, representing the weaving together of separate strands of destiny. Penelope's arrival in Ithaca marked the beginning of a household that would become central to the narrative of Odysseus. The early years of their marriage were characterized not by extraordinary events, but by the steady rhythm of daily life. She entered the island's slower, more restrained environment, leaving behind the broader landscapes of the Greek mainland. Ithaca, with its rugged hillsides and intimate communities, provided a setting where Penelope's qualities, patience, discernment, and quiet resolve, could flourish. Her integration into the island's culture was not documented in fine detail by early storytellers, but her later actions reveal a deep connection to the land and its people, suggesting that this period formed strong roots. The marriage also symbolized the joining of distinct strengths. Odysseus, shaped by the island's environment and by his own developing intellect, possessed a mind inclined towards strategy, foresight, and adaptability. Penelope, shaped by the traditions of her homeland, embodied steadiness, constancy, and the silent endurance that Greek myth often associated with the most resilient women. Their union balanced these complementary traits. In the larger frame of myth, such pairings serve to illustrate the merging of qualities necessary for navigating both the practical challenges of leadership and the unpredictable currents of fate. Within the household of Odysseus, Penelope's role involved overseeing domestic operations, managing servants, and maintaining order in the absence of constant male supervision. In early Greek society, women's influence often emerged behind the scenes, in the governance of the household, rather than in public affairs. This influence, though subtle, was essential to the functioning of the community. Odysseus, aware of the demands of leadership, would rely on Penelope's capacity for careful management, creating a partnership grounded in shared responsibility. These early dynamics laid the foundation for the later period of separation, during which Penelope's management of the household became central to the stability of Ithaca. The birth of their son, Telemachus, further anchored the marriage within the framework of Greek heroic tradition. The presence of an heir signified continuity and fulfilled one of the core purposes of marriage in aristocratic households. Telemachus's birth marked not only a familial expansion, but also a symbolic completion of their union, ensuring that the lineage would persist even if unforeseen events disrupted the life of the king. In mythic narratives, the birth of children often serves as a point from which the larger story begins to shift, signaling the start of future challenges or transformations. For Odysseus, Telemachus represented both responsibility and legacy, a reminder of the life he would one day strive to return to. Beyond practical and familial considerations, the marriage of Odysseus and Penelope carried thematic significance within Greek storytelling. Their union contrasted with many other heroic marriages, which were often marked by conflict, tragedy, or divine intervention. Odysseus and Penelope, by contrast, formed a partnership rooted in mutual steadiness rather than dramatic passion. Their relationship, though tested by long separation, was built on constancy rather than spectacle. This steadiness allowed their story to serve as a counterbalance to the more turbulent myths of the Greek heroic age, grounding the narrative in human resilience rather than divine drama. The early years of their marriage likely unfolded against the backdrop of growing tensions in the Greek world. Rumors and discussions of conflict in the Eastern Aegean, surrounding the throne of Troy and the alliances of its neighboring regions, circulated through the trading networks that connected Ithaca to the mainland. While these early murmurs would not yet have determined the course of Odysseus's life, they formed part of the broader environment in which he and Penelope established their household. The stability of their union stood in contrast to the uncertainties brewing beyond Ithaca's shores. Penelope's presence also helped shape Odysseus's identity as a leader. Her influence, though quiet, contributed to the formation of a household grounded in order and continuity. In Greek thought, a hero's private life often mirrored his public responsibilities. The management of a household symbolized the management of a kingdom. The harmony within the home reflected the harmony expected of the wider community. Through their shared life in Ithaca, Odysseus and Penelope became symbols of balance, a balance later strained by the demands of war and long wandering, but never fully broken. In mythic symbolism, Penelope represents more than a wife awaiting her husband's return. She embodies the enduring core of Ithaca, the still point to which Odysseus will continuously strive to return. Her patience during the long years of separation is foreshadowed by the qualities evident in her early marriage: a capacity for waiting without surrender, for preserving order without force, and for maintaining integrity in the face of uncertainty. These qualities were not sudden responses to crisis, but extensions of her established character, formed long before the winds of fate redirected Odysseus's life. Thus, the marriage of Odysseus and Penelope stands as one of the central pillars of his story, creating a foundation that will support the narrative through its many shifts. It anchors Odysseus to Ithaca, provides him with legacy through Telemachus, and establishes the symbolic contrast between the quiet resilience of home and the unpredictable expanses of the outside world. In this union, the myth finds its equilibrium, offering a counterpoint to the turmoil that soon unfolds. The peaceful years of their early marriage would not last indefinitely. The wider Greek world was beginning to coalesce around a conflict that would draw in leaders from across the land. The oath sworn by Helen's suitors, the tensions brewing in the courts of Sparta and Mycenae, and the shifting alliances among Greek rulers would soon reshape the lives of countless households. For Odysseus, the path forward would lead away from Ithaca, through the intricate web of political obligations and into the long arc of war. The marriage of Odysseus and Penelope unfolded during a period in which the political landscape of Greece was quietly aligning itself toward a future conflict. Though Ithaca remained distant from the power centers of Sparta, Mycenae, and Pylos, its fate would inevitably be tied to events far beyond its shores. One of the pivotal forces shaping these events was the oath devised by Tyndareus, king of Sparta, a compact that would bind many leaders of the Greek world into a single network of obligation. This oath, though formed before Odysseus's marriage, would later shape the course of his life in ways neither he nor his household could have foreseen. The origins of the oath lay in the circumstance surrounding Helen, daughter of Tyndareus, and considered the most renowned woman of her age. Her beauty, lineage, and status drew suitors from across the Greek mainland and the islands. Leaders came from far-reaching territories, each bearing gifts, each hoping to be chosen. With so many powerful suitors gathered, Tyndareus faced a problem familiar to early Greek kings: the danger inherent in making a single choice. To select one suitor was to risk offending all others. To reject them entirely would risk internal conflict within his own house. These tensions, left unresolved, could fracture alliances and disrupt the balance of regional powers. Odysseus arrived in Sparta as one suitor among many, though his motivation differed from those who sought to marry Helen. He understood the political dynamics at play and recognized that his own chances were modest compared to the more powerful kings present. He observed the situation with the strategic clarity already growing within him. Rather than pursuing Helen directly, he sought a different path, one rooted in foresight rather than personal desire. Aware that Tyndareus needed a solution, Odysseus proposed an idea that would reshape the relationships among Greek leaders. His suggestions centered on the creation of an oath binding all suitors to a promise. They would defend the marriage of Helen, whoever her chosen husband might be, and protect the couple against any future threat. In the culture of early Greece, oaths held profound weight. They were not merely formal agreements, but sacred commitments, often sworn in the presence of the gods and believed to carry divine consequences if broken. By creating a shared obligation, Odysseus offered Tyndareus a means to secure peace among the suitors and prevent conflict from arising after the marriage was finalized. The idea resonated with the practical concerns of the time. Greek kings relied on alliances to maintain stability, and the oath provided a mechanism for unity without requiring any of the suitors to abandon their claims with resentment. When Tyndareus accepted the proposal, the gathered leaders swore the oath, binding themselves to an agreement that would later call them to war. This early display of strategic thinking signaled the emergence of Odysseus as a figure capable of influencing events through intellect rather than force. In return for his counsel, Tyndareus rewarded Odysseus not with wealth or territory, but with support for his marriage to Penelope. This reciprocal exchange reflected the nature of early Greek power dynamics, where influence and favor often served as currency equal to material wealth. Odysseus returned to Ithaca with a bride whose steady character would later anchor the kingdom through years of uncertainty. At that time, however, neither he nor Penelope could fully perceive the long-reaching implications of the oath he had helped create. The oath of Tyndareus holds a significant place in Greek mythology because it frames the collective responsibility that would eventually lead to the Trojan War. Though conceived as a solution to avoid immediate conflict, it became a binding commitment that would later draw the Greek leaders across the Aegean to enforce the terms of their vow. In mythic traditions, such turning points often reveal the delicate interplay between intention and consequence. Odysseus's proposal, made in a spirit of diplomacy, became one of the forces shaping his own destiny. For many years after the oath was sworn, its impact remained dormant. Life in Ithaca proceeded with calm rhythm, marked by the birth of Telemachus and the steady management of the household. Odysseus's attention centered on the well-being of his kingdom, the cultivation of crops, the oversight of maritime trade, and the maintenance of social harmony. The oath seemed distant, a formal agreement remembered in other courts, but rarely discussed within Ithaca's daily life. Yet, within the broader landscape of Greek politics, the compact remained alive, binding its participants into a network of obligation waiting to be activated. The wider context of the Greek world during this period reveals the significance of the oath beyond its immediate function. The Peloponnese and surrounding regions were marked by rivalry and shifting alliances among leaders who held varying degrees of power. Mycenae exerted influence under the rule of Agamemnon, while Sparta contributed its own measure of authority through the lineage of Tyndareus. Smaller kingdoms like Ithaca maintained stability through careful diplomacy. The existence of a common oath among these leaders created a rare moment of unity, even if the unity was fragile. When the Trojan prince Paris eventually carried Helen away to Troy, whether through divine intervention, personal choice, or mythic inevitability, the oath was activated. Each suitor, bound by his earlier vow, became obligated to support the chosen husband in reclaiming her. For Odysseus, this moment represented a turning point. Though he had married Penelope, established his household, and welcomed his son, he now found himself called to fulfill the very oath he had once crafted as a diplomatic tool. The consequences of his intellect had returned to shape his future. In mythic narratives, such moments are not portrayed merely as coincidences, but as reflections of the larger patterns that govern the lives of heroes. Odysseus's strategic thinking, though designed to preserve peace, inadvertently forged the path that would lead him away from Ithaca for many years. The oath connected him to the fates of other leaders, weaving his personal story into the tapestry of Greek heroic tradition. His attempts to avoid the war, explored in a later chapter, underscore the tension between individual desire and collective obligation. The cultural implications of the oath also shed light on the expectations of leadership in early Greece. Kingship required participation in the defense of fellow rulers, maintenance of alliances, and support for shared causes. A leader who violated such an oath risked not only dishonor, but the destabilization of broader political relationships. The oath thus symbolizes the interconnectedness of Greek society, where even distant kingdoms were linked through shared commitments. The story of the oath also highlights the complexity of Odysseus's character as remembered in myth. He was not a hero driven solely by strength or instinct, but by foresight and strategic perception. The very quality that distinguished him, his capacity to devise solutions, also placed him on the trajectory that defined his later life. This duality reflects one of the recurring themes in Greek mythology: the idea that human excellence often carries within it the seeds of future challenge. In the years following the oath, Ithaca remained peaceful, but the undercurrents of tension in the Greek world were gradually aligning toward conflict. Messages traveled between courts, rumors spread through traders and travelers, and the distant possibility of war became an ever-present topic among leaders. The bond formed in Sparta, once a means to avoid strife, now stood as a reminder that individual choices were inseparable from the wider patterns of destiny. Thus, the oath of Tyndareus entered the story of Odysseus not as a dramatic revelation, but as a quiet, deliberate act whose consequences extended far beyond its initial purpose. It formed a link between the small island of Ithaca and the powerful forces shaping the Greek world. It anchored Odysseus to the fate of the suitors, created a foundation for collective action, and set the stage for the long arc of war and wandering that would define his life. The oath, so simple in conception and so monumental in outcome, illustrates the profound influence of early decisions in mythic tradition. Before the storms and shipwrecks, before the encounters with distant lands and unfamiliar beings, Odysseus's journey was shaped by a moment of intellectual clarity in the hall of Tyndareus. It is from this quiet origin that the long path toward Troy and far beyond would eventually begin. The quiet years that followed the oath of Tyndareus were marked by a sense of fragile equilibrium across the Greek world. Ithaca remained peaceful, guided by the steady leadership of Odysseus and the quiet resilience of Penelope, while Telemachus grew into early childhood. Yet beyond the shores of the island, events were moving toward a convergence that would reshape the lives of all who had sworn the oath. When Helen departed Sparta with Paris of Troy, the vow took on the weight of destiny. The Greek leaders were summoned, one by one, to honor their commitment. For many, the call to arms represented a straightforward obligation. For Odysseus, it awakened a deeper conflict between duty and the life he had built in Ithaca. The earliest accounts of his response portray him as reluctant to join the war. The reluctance did not stem from cowardice or indifference, but from a clear understanding of what the oath now demanded. War against Troy was not expected to be brief or contained. It would require years of absence, significant sacrifice, and the reordering of every household involved. For a leader whose responsibilities lay deeply rooted in the rhythms of island life, the prospect of departure carried both personal and communal weight. The stability of Ithaca would be shaken by the absence of its king, and the young Telemachus would grow without his father's guidance. Odysseus, aware of these consequences, sought a way to avoid participation without dishonor. Yet the oath he himself had guided into existence left little room for withdrawal. Greek society placed immense importance on the fulfillment of sworn promises. To violate an oath sworn before gods and fellow rulers would invite not only social condemnation, but divine disfavor. Nevertheless, Odysseus attempted to circumvent the summons through a stratagem that revealed both his intelligence and his reluctance. He feigned madness, performing actions that would suggest a compromised mind and thus exempt him from military duty. Though the details of the ruse vary across ancient sources, most accounts describe him ploughing fields with mismatched animals or sowing salt where seed should be planted, acts intended to cast doubt on his capacity for war. The story of the feigned madness reflects the complex interplay between obligation and personal desire within Greek heroic narratives. Odysseus was not attempting to reject his identity as a leader. Rather, he sought to protect the life he had established, to remain within the world shaped by Penelope and Telemachus. Such attempts underscore the tension between the private sphere of family and the public sphere of political duty. Heroes in Greek myth often stand at the threshold between these domains, forced to navigate choices that carry profound consequences. The one who exposed the deception was Palamedes, a figure known for his intelligence and insight, often portrayed as the intellectual equal, or in some stories, the superior of Odysseus. Palamedes, acting on behalf of the Greek coalition, recognized that the stability of the oath required the participation of all leaders. His intervention had less to do with personal rivalry and more to do with preserving unity among the Greek forces. By testing Odysseus in a way that revealed the truth of his condition, Palamedes removed the possibility of withdrawal. The obligation now fell upon Odysseus without ambiguity. The exposure of Odysseus's ruse carries multiple layers of significance within mythic tradition. It reveals the limitations of intelligence when set against fate or collective necessity. It also introduces a thematic counterpoint. While Odysseus was known for his cunning, Palamedes represented another form of strategic wisdom, emphasizing that intelligence could be applied in multiple ways within the heroic age. Their interaction reflects the broader mythic theme of competition among heroes, not through force, but through intellect. Over time, later stories would portray tension and rivalry between the two figures, though the earliest versions focus more on necessity than on conflict. Once the deception was uncovered, Odysseus faced the unavoidable reality of the oath. His participation in the war was now certain, and preparations for departure began. The emotional and practical weight of this transition formed a stark contrast to the quiet years preceding it. Ithaca, which had flourished under his presence, would now enter a period of uncertainty. Penelope, steady in her character, assumed greater responsibility within the household, embodying the resilience that would define her role throughout the long years of the war and beyond. The figure of Palamedes, though often overshadowed by the more prominent heroes of the Trojan cycle, occupies an important place in the narrative of Odysseus's life. His intervention shapes the trajectory of events, ensuring that Odysseus fulfills the obligations he helped forge. In mythic storytelling, such figures serve as reminders that the course of a hero's life is influenced not only by personal choices, but also by the actions of others operating within the same network of fate. Palamedes represents the larger forces, intellectual, political, and communal, that guide the unfolding of events. The prophecy associated with Palamedes, mentioned in later traditions, adds a deeper layer to the story. Some accounts describe forewarnings that Palamedes would suffer unjustly during the war, suggesting that his role as a figure of clarity and intelligence placed him at odds with the unpredictable nature of heroic conflict. These traditions, though not central to the earliest versions of the myth, illustrate how the Greek poetic imagination often expanded narratives to highlight themes of justice, fate, and the fragility of reputation. Odysseus's feigned madness, though unsuccessful, reveals his early attempts to resist the forces drawing him toward the war. His reluctance stands in contrast to the more straightforward ambitions of heroes seeking glory. It paints a picture of a man whose identity is deeply rooted in home life, whose sense of value is tied not to conquest, but to stability. The later stories of his wanderings, shaped by longing for Ithaca, find their early echo in this moment of resistance. The seeds of his epic journey are planted in the tension between personal desire and collective obligation. When the time came to leave Ithaca, the atmosphere would have been marked by solemnity rather than ceremony. Greek armies gathered gradually, assembling fleets, weapons, and provisions for a war whose duration remained unknown. The call to arms transformed the Aegean into a network of ships and alliances, moving west to east with purpose. Odysseus, having exhausted all attempts to avoid the conflict, joined the gathering forces. His departure marks a symbolic turning point in his life, where the quiet, formative years of Ithaca give way to the long cycles of war and journey that define his myth. Palamedes, in revealing the truth of Odysseus's condition, played the role of catalyst, pushing the story beyond the boundaries of domestic peace into the wider arena of heroic action. This interaction underscores an important aspect of Greek storytelling. That destiny often unfolds not through divine intervention alone, but through the actions of other mortals whose paths intersect for brief but pivotal moments. The figure of Palamedes reminds us that the shaping forces of myth are diverse, encompassing gods, heroes, and the quiet intelligence of those who act in the shadows of larger narratives. In the years that followed, the relationship between Odysseus and Palamedes would evolve in later mythic tradition, giving rise to stories of rivalry, betrayal, and vindication. Yet, within the context of Odysseus's early life, Palamedes remains the figure who ensured that the oath was honored. His revelation stands as the final link in the chain of events that led Odysseus from the quiet hills of Ithaca to the plains of Troy. In this moment, the narrative shifts from the inner world of family and island life to the vast, interconnected stage of the Trojan War, a shift that would define the next 10 years of his existence. Thus, the story of Palamedes and the feigned madness marks an essential turning point in the myth of Odysseus. It reveals the tension between personal inclination and shared obligation, highlights the interplay of intelligence among heroes, and prepares the narrative for the monumental events that lie ahead. As the Greek armies gathered and the winds of fate carried them eastward, the path of Odysseus, once shaped by the quiet rhythms of Ithaca, now entered a new and unpredictable realm, guided by forces larger than any single choice he had made. As the call to war traveled across the Greek world, the various kings and chieftains slowly made their way toward the designated point of assembly. That place was Aulis, a quiet harbor on the eastern coast of Boeotia, chosen not for grandeur, but for its relative safety and its position along the route to the Hellespont. In the myths, Aulis stands as the threshold between the familiar landscapes of Greece and the uncertain territories that lay beyond. It was here that the Greek host would gather, forming a fleet larger than any before remembered in early tradition. The meeting at Aulis marked the beginning of a collective endeavor whose consequences would echo through generations. Odysseus arrived as one among many leaders, bringing with him the ships and men of Ithaca. Each vessel represented the careful work of shipwrights, the seasoned knowledge of sailors, and the traditions of an island accustomed to navigating difficult seas. Although Ithaca was not a land power and could not match the numbers fielded by larger kingdoms such as Mycenae, its contribution reflected the island's seafaring identity. The men who followed Odysseus were accustomed to slender hulls, rocky harbours, and the challenges of open water. Their presence at Aulis demonstrated that even remote islands would play a role in the coming conflict. The harbour gradually transformed as ships from across the Greek world arrived. Long vessels drawn up onto the shore, their hulls drying under the sunlight. Leaders from diverse regions gathered in a single place for the first time, representing an array of traditions, temperaments, and ambitions. Among them were Agamemnon, who would be recognized as commander; Menelaus, seeking to reclaim Helen; Ajax of Salamis, known for his strength; Nestor of Pylos, representing the wisdom of age, and many others whose names populate the early epic catalogues. This convergence created a rare sense of unity among the often fragmented Greek kingdoms. For Odysseus, Aulis was a landscape of observation. The gathering allowed him to evaluate the men with whom he would share the years ahead, those who approached war with confidence, those who carried grievances, and those who looked toward Troy with hesitation. Greek society, though united by shared language, customs, and gods, remained composed of independent kingdoms often wary of one another. The oath provided a framework for cooperation, but cooperation did not erase differences. Aulis, therefore, became a place where alliances were not merely declared, but tested through proximity. The early stories emphasize the magnitude of the fleet assembled at Aulis. Ancient poets, seeking to capture the scale of the moment, speak of more than 1,000 ships, though such numbers reflect symbolic grandeur rather than precise record. What matters within the mythic context is the sense of scale, the idea that the entire Greek world mobilized in response to the oath. The fleet represented a collective identity formed not through political unification but through shared purpose. Aulis became the physical manifestation of this unity, its shoreline lined with vessels pointing eastward. The Greek leaders faced practical challenges as they prepared for the long journey to Troy. Supplies needed to be distributed, crews organized, and routes planned. Although war is often portrayed through dramatic battles, the logistical demands of such an expedition required steady attention. Food, water, and equipment had to be stockpiled. Shipwrights examined hulls to ensure seaworthiness. The rhythms of preparation brought order to the gathering, even as uncertainty lingered regarding the war ahead. Yet the myths also speak of stillness, of a peculiar calm that settled over Aulis. According to the stories, the winds failed, leaving the fleet unable to depart. For days, or perhaps weeks, depending on the tradition, the ships remained grounded, unable to cross the Aegean. This calm wind became a symbol of suspended purpose. The leaders, assembled in anticipation of movement, instead found themselves bound to the shore, their eagerness for departure tempered by forces beyond their control. This moment of waiting held multiple layers of significance. On a practical level, the absence of wind represents a maritime challenge, familiar in early Greek seafaring. But within the symbolic framework of myth, the stillness of Aulis reflects the transition between worlds, the pause before the first movement toward Troy, the quiet before the unfolding of an epic. It also emphasized that the success of the war required not only human cooperation, but divine favor. In Greek thought, moments of immobility were often seen as signs pointing toward larger truths. The figure associated with this stillness was Artemis, goddess of hunting, wild places, and the delicate balance between nature and human ambition. While the myths vary in their details, many suggest that the goddess withheld the winds as a response to some offense committed by Agamemnon. These versions introduce a theme present throughout Greek mythology: the idea that divine forces could intervene in human affairs not arbitrarily, but as part of the broader moral structure governing the world. The Greek leaders, despite their power, remained subject to the will of the gods, and the calm at Aulis served as a reminder of this dependency. In some traditions, the seer Calchas interpreted the stall as a sign requiring sacrifice. Later retellings increasingly emphasize the severity of this requirement, though the earliest versions may have been less elaborate. Regardless of the variations, the core idea remained: the fleet could not move forward unless the proper balance between divine and human realms was restored. Aulis thus became a place of both anticipation and reckoning, where the leaders confronted the limits of their authority. For Odysseus, the days at Aulis reinforced the theme that would accompany him throughout the Trojan cycle: the need for intelligence within the broader structures of fate and divine influence. His observations of the fleet, the leaders, and the signs interpreted by seers allowed him to begin developing the understandings that would later prove essential during the war. The gathering presented a microcosm of the larger forces at play: human decision, divine will, and the unpredictable interactions between them. The collective patience required during the calm fostered a sense of shared experience among the assembled warriors. They trained together, consulted with one another, and exchanged stories of lineage and land. The gatherings of early Greek leaders often served dual functions. They prepared for war while also reaffirming social bonds. Aulis, with its extended stillness, provided time for such bonds to strengthen. Though the leaders would later face conflict among themselves, the initial period at Aulis established a foundation for cooperation. In mythic storytelling, the gathering at Aulis stands as a ritual beginning. Before the war could commence, the Greek world had to assemble, witness signs, and undergo a moment of pause. This structure reflects the sacred patterns found throughout Greek tradition, where great undertakings begin not with sudden action, but with contemplation, signs, and a reaffirmation of obligations. It also reflects the narrative rhythm found in epic literature, where calm often precedes movement, and stillness prepares the mind for the challenges to come. When the winds finally arrived, whether through divine appeasement, natural change, or symbolic necessity, the fleet at last prepared to depart. The long vessels were pushed into the water, rowers took their positions, and sails were raised to catch the newly returning breeze. The harbour that had held the collective breath of Greece now released it in unison, sending the ships eastward across the Aegean. This movement marked the end of waiting and the beginning of action. Odysseus sailed among the great host, his ship carrying the men of Ithaca toward a destination they had never seen. The sea ahead represented both danger and possibility, a space marked by shifting winds and mythic expectation. The departure from Aulis signaled that war, once theoretical, now became a lived reality. The heroes moved from the world of preparation into the unfolding of events that would shape their names for centuries to come. Thus, Aulis stands in the myth of Odysseus as a place of gathering, preparation, and initiation. It represents the threshold between the quiet life of Ithaca and the long years of conflict and wandering that define his story. More than a harbour, it is a symbolic landscape where human intention, divine influence, and the weight of collective destiny converge. The quiet days spent there echo through the subsequent chapters of his life, marking the moment when the path toward Troy became irrevocable. When the winds finally shifted at Aulis, the long-awaited departure began. The ships moved in slow procession, their prows cutting through the restored breeze as though awakening from a collective dream. The Greek forces spread across the Aegean in a formation that was not rigid but organic, shaped by the rhythms of the sea and the varying strengths of each vessel. This voyage marked the first movement toward Troy, yet in the early layers of the myth, the fleet did not reach its destination on the first attempt. Instead, the ships drifted toward a different shoreline, far from the plains where their war would eventually unfold. The mistaken landing, preserved in several early traditions, illustrates the uncertainties inherent in ancient seafaring. Navigation across the Aegean was shaped not by fixed maps or instruments, but by observation of stars, winds, currents, and the silhouettes of distant mountains. Even skilled sailors could misjudge the position of their vessel or the identity of a coastline. Thus, when the fleet reached the shores of a land they believed to be Troy, their confidence reflected both eagerness and the limitations of maritime knowledge. This place was, in fact, Teuthrania, a region in northwestern Asia Minor, under the rule of King Telephus. The land bore superficial resemblance to the Troad, and the atmosphere of anticipation caused the Greek forces to assume they had reached their intended destination. The leaders prepared themselves for what they believed would be the first encounter of the war. Yet the war had not begun, not in truth, not in the form remembered through centuries of oral tradition. What occurred at Teuthrania stands instead as a prelude, a moment defined by misunderstanding rather than strategic purpose. The arrival of the Greeks at Teuthrania highlights the fragility of early knowledge about distant regions. Even within the mythic framework, this era emphasizes how the boundaries between known and unknown lands were still shifting. The Greeks, coming from a world of islands and mainland kingdoms, found themselves confronting coastlines whose shapes were not yet familiar. Their landing was therefore an act shaped by circumstance rather than intention. Although ancient sources eventually added layers of narrative detail to this episode, including conflicts, prophecies, and the figure of Telephus, its core significance within the broader arc of Odysseus's story lies elsewhere. For Odysseus, the mistaken landing offered the first glimpse of the complexities and uncertainties that would accompany the campaign. War, even before it formally began, revealed itself to be shaped by misinterpretation, chance, and the unpredictable behavior of the natural world. The ships remained off the coast of Teuthrania long enough for the Greek leaders to recognize their error. Whether through scouts, local inhabitants, or geographical observation, they eventually understood that they had not reached Troy. The realization did not bring shame or embarrassment in the mythic telling. Instead, it underscores the humility required of even the greatest leaders. The sea could mislead, the land could deceive, and human assumption could obscure the truth. Such lessons would later inform Odysseus's understanding of uncertainty, a concept central to his identity. The return to the sea from Teuthrania marked another collective movement. The ships were repositioned, supplies redistributed, and new attempts made to chart the correct course eastward. This moment of departure lacked the ceremony of Aulis. It was a quiet acknowledgement that the journey was not as straightforward as many hoped. The return to open water required renewed patience, as the fleet sought the correct winds to carry them toward the Troad. While the mistaken landing occupies only a brief place within the overall myth, it introduces a theme that recurs throughout Odysseus's story: the relationship between intention and outcome. Even when the goal is clear, the path may shift unexpectedly. The early Greek poets understood this dynamic well, weaving it into the structure of heroic narratives. A hero's journey rarely progresses in a direct line. Instead, it follows the contours of the world, bending with circumstance, shaped by forces both human and divine. The voyage from Teuthrania also illustrates the cooperative dimension of the Greek alliance. The leaders met to reassess their course, shared responsibility for the misjudgment, and resumed their navigation as a unified fleet. This collaborative response highlights the cohesion needed for the larger campaign. The war ahead would require coordination not only in battle, but in every aspect of survival: sailing, provisioning, strategizing, and interpreting the will of the gods. Within this moment of redirection, Odysseus's role remains steady yet understated. He does not dominate the scene, but his presence is essential to the functioning of the navy from Ithaca. His understanding of seafaring, shaped by years of island life, contributed to the fleet's ability to reorient itself after the era. Although not credited explicitly in most versions, Odysseus's familiarity with maritime movement likely enhanced his capacity to interpret winds, currents, and coastlines. His calm assessment of the situation reflects the qualities that later define him during the long return from Troy. The departure from Teuthrania also created the first memory of collective setback, a moment the Greeks would recall during later challenges. Within mythic tradition, these early errors often become symbolic markers of human limitation. The mistaken landing demonstrates that even great alliances, armed with purpose and bound by oaths, remain subject to the uncertainties of the world. The fleet's redirection anticipates the many redirections that will shape Odysseus's later life. As the Greeks resumed their voyage, the Aegean opened before them once more. The islands and coastlines passed slowly by, each carrying its own stories, temples, and histories. The movements of the fleet reflected the rhythm of the sea, sometimes swift, sometimes stalled, always responsive to the environment. The men aboard the ships experienced a mixture of anticipation and contemplation. Months had passed since the first gatherings at Aulis, and the promise of war remained suspended in the future, still waiting beyond the horizon. The final approach to the Troad transformed anticipation into recognition. This time, the coastline revealed features consistent with the descriptions known through trade, oral tradition, and the accounts of sailors who had journeyed farther east. The land was flatter, its shoreline broader, and the plain extended toward the distant walls of Troy, still far from view. The fleet understood, without proclamation, that they had arrived, yet the war did not begin immediately. The Greeks first established a foothold along the coast, preparing for the siege that would define the next 10 years. Their arrival marked the transition between voyage and conflict, between anticipation and action. Aulis had been the beginning, and Teuthrania the reminder of uncertainty. Now the fleet was positioned at the threshold of its true task. For Odysseus, these early stages of the journey served as quiet preparation. The mistaken landing had revealed the sea's unpredictability. The prolonged voyage had emphasized the importance of endurance. The arrival at Troy inaugurated the long test that would shape his identity for generations. His role would evolve over time, from observer to counselor, from strategist to survivor. But in this early chapter, he remained part of a collective movement toward a shared goal. Thus, the first voyage to Troy stands as a chapter defined not by conflict, but by navigation, error, correction, and persistence. It presents the fleet of Greece as a single organism, learning to move across uncertain waters, shaped by circumstance, yet guided by purpose. In this moment, Odysseus's journey enters a broader landscape, one where the sea, the land, and the shifting winds become as significant as the heroes themselves. The coastline of the Troad unfolded beneath a wide and measured horizon, where the meeting of sea and land appeared both ancient and undisturbed. When the Greek fleet finally approached these shores, the long voyage that began at Aulis acquired a new shape. The sight of low-lying plains, distant hills, and the glimmer of the Scamander River signaled that the years of preparation had carried the alliance to its destination. The land seemed quiet, revealing no sign of the long conflict it would soon witness. The stillness formed a contrast to the anticipation that had built steadily among the Greeks as they crossed the Aegean. The landing along the Trojan coast followed the practical rhythms of early warfare. The ships were guided toward flat stretches of beach where they could be drawn safely ashore. Soldiers disembarked, carrying shields, provisions, and supplies needed to establish a temporary presence. The fleet, once a vast collection of ships pointed toward the east, now became a settlement of tents, storage areas, and lookout posts. Although the war had not yet begun in earnest, the Greeks understood that their arrival signaled the start of a protracted campaign. They settled into the landscape not as visitors, but as occupants preparing for an extended siege. The Troad, known in early Greek geography as a region of shifting plains and gentle elevations, held features familiar to those who relied on agricultural and maritime knowledge. Its open stretches provided space for encampments, while nearby rivers supplied water. The Greeks established their camp with a combination of caution and purpose. The war they anticipated would not be one of swift assault, but of endurance, one shaped by time as much as by strategy. In this early phase, the landscape became a silent collaborator, offering the Greeks a place from which to study their surroundings and plan their movements. Although Troy itself lay farther inland, its presence could be sensed through the arrangement of the terrain. The plains that spread from the shore toward the city created a natural stage upon which battles would later unfold. The land carried ancient memories in its soil, stories of settlements, migrations, and earlier conflicts that predated the Trojan War. The Greeks, unaware of the deeper histories inscribed in these plains, prepared to add their own narrative to the land's long continuum. The initial encounters between the Greeks and the Trojans did not take the form of formal battle. Instead, they unfolded as cautious exchanges, shaped by the uncertainties of a war whose opening movements were still taking form. The Trojans observed the foreigners gathering along their shores, recognizing that the arrival of such a fleet signaled a threat beyond any they had faced. The early epics describe these first meetings as small skirmishes or tests of strength, a way for each side to gauge the other without committing fully to conflict. These early encounters shaped the rhythm of the coming years, revealing that the Trojan War would not be a swift confrontation, but a prolonged siege. Within this emerging landscape of conflict, Odysseus occupied a position defined by observation and deliberation. While other leaders embodied strength or command, Odysseus's presence often manifested through analysis of conditions, geographical, political, and logistical. The arrival at Troy allowed him to evaluate both the terrain and the nature of the forces arrayed on each side. His attention moved beyond immediate concerns and toward the broader structure of the war. Though he did not yet shape the decisive strategies that would later define his reputation, these early days formed the foundation for the knowledge he would eventually apply. The first acts undertaken by the Greeks involved securing their position along the coast. Guards were posted to monitor movement across the plains. Ships were repositioned to allow for rapid deployment if necessary, and structures were erected to house supplies. The camp quickly became a small city, marked by the sounds of preparation. This transformation from fleet to encampment represents one of the early shifts in the narrative. The Greeks ceased to be sailors and became besiegers. Within the mythic tradition, the arrival at Troy also signals the beginning of a subtle transformation in the nature of time. The early accounts of the war are shaped by gradual movement, prolonged intervals, and long cycles of preparation. The war's length, traditionally said to be 10 years, emerges not from constant battle, but from extended sequences of waiting, negotiation, and intermittent conflict. The mistaken landing at Teuthranea had already introduced the theme of delay, and the arrival at Troy continued this pattern. The Greeks recognized that the endeavor would require patience as much as strength. One of the earliest events linked to the first encounters at Troy involves the attempt to negotiate. Although different versions of the myth preserve different details, many accounts agree that envoys were sent to request the return of Helen. These early negotiations, though not successful, underscore a key aspect of Greek heroic culture. Even in the context of war, there existed a respect for formal procedures. The Greeks sought to resolve the conflict without immediate violence, reflecting an understanding that war, once begun, unfolded with consequences that were difficult to control. The Trojans, however, stood firm in their refusal, setting the stage for the conflict to deepen. The early exchanges on the plains of Troy introduced the Greeks to the nature of their adversaries. The Trojans were not strangers to warfare. They were familiar with the geography, the rhythms of the land, and the defensive strength provided by the walls of their city. These walls, described in mythic tradition as nearly impregnable, formed a central feature of the war's structure. Their presence indicated that the Greeks could not rely on brute force alone. A prolonged siege would be necessary, requiring the Greeks to adapt to a form of warfare defined by attrition rather than decisive battle. Odysseus, reflecting the mindset that would later define his greatest achievements, understood that the war would require flexibility and endurance. The early days at Troy offered him opportunities to study the terrain, the defenses, and the patterns of Trojan behavior. Although the myths do not assign him a dominant role in these initial skirmishes, his presence within the Greek leadership ensured that strategic thinking informed the Greeks' early planning. The years at Troy would eventually reveal the interplay between strength and intelligence, and Odysseus's role in this interplay would soon grow more prominent. The arrival at Troy also marked a shift in the collective identity of the Greek forces. What had begun as a gathering of independent kingdoms now became a single army operating within a shared landscape. The proximity of the leaders, the shared challenges of the camp, and the long periods spent together forged bonds that extended beyond political alliances. These connections, shaped by time and proximity, would influence the decisions made throughout the war. The Greeks learned to function as a unified force, even as personal rivalries continued to shape their relationships. As days passed into weeks, the rhythms of life at the camp settled into place. Patrols monitored the plains, messengers moved between leaders, and scouts observed the movements of Trojan forces. The sea remained both a boundary and a lifeline, offering the potential for return while simultaneously anchoring the Greeks to their position. The camp became a place of anticipation where each action pointed toward a future conflict that had not yet arrived. Thus, the arrival at Troy stands as a moment of transition in the story of Odysseus. It marks the passage from voyage to encampment, from intention to presence, and from preparation to the threshold of war. The shoreline of the Troad became the setting for a decade-long endeavor, one shaped by endurance, adaptation, and the interplay of human and divine forces. For Odysseus, it represented the beginning of the long path that would eventually lead him far beyond Troy, through the distant seas, and toward the enduring memory of his home. As the Greek encampment settled into place along the shores of the Troad, the full scale of the alliance gradually revealed itself. While the voyage across the Aegean had shown the magnitude of the fleet in motion, it was only upon arrival that the leaders and their contingents became clearly distinguishable. The gathering of these forces, later preserved in poetic catalogues, captured not only military strength, but the diversity of regions, lineages, and traditions that had converged for a single purpose. The camp at Troy became a tapestry of the Greek world, its leaders representing far-reaching corners of the mainland and the islands. The catalogue of allies, remembered most prominently in early epic tradition, served as an inventory of the Greek presence at Troy. Beyond its practical function, it offered a glimpse into the cultural geography of the era. Each contingent brought with it the customs of its homeland, its ways of fighting, its distinctive symbols, and its stories of past generations. These leaders, drawn from different landscapes and city-states, stood side by side in the encampment, bound together by the oath originally forged in Sparta. Their presence reflected the cooperative structure underlying the war, where each kingdom contributed according to its capacity. Agamemnon, as the king of Mycenae, held the position of commander-in-chief. His contingent represented the strength and wealth associated with the Mycenaean heartland, a region known for its fortified palaces, extensive trade networks, and established authority. His presence symbolized both leadership and responsibility, as he was expected to coordinate the efforts of the many kingdoms assembled. Nearby was Menelaus, representing Sparta, whose personal grievance had sparked the expedition. He embodied the honor-bound dimension of the conflict, reflecting the belief that a great wrong required collective redress. Ajax of Salamis contributed a contingent known for its size and reputation. His homeland, situated near the eastern edge of mainland Greece, had produced warriors renowned for strength and discipline. The presence of Ajax demonstrated that the alliance was not defined solely by political rank, but also by individual merit. In early Greek storytelling, Ajax represented a straightforward heroism grounded in physical power, offering a counterbalance to the more flexible strategies favored by leaders such as Odysseus. Nestor of Pylos brought with him the legacy of an elder statesman. His years lent him a perspective valued by the younger leaders, and the traditions of his kingdom reflected a long lineage rooted in the southwestern Peloponnese. His advice, shaped by experience rather than ambition, added stability to the coalition's internal dynamics. The presence of Nestor also reminded the alliance that the war was not solely the domain of youthful vigor, but also of accumulated wisdom. Other leaders represented the varied topography of Greece: the mountains of Thessaly, the plains of Boeotia, the islands of Crete and Rhodes, and the rugged coasts of Aetolia. Each brought warriors familiar with different terrains and different forms of warfare. Some contingents excelled in archery, others in spearfighting, still others in seafaring. The war would require all these skills, and their combination formed a collective strength greater than the sum of its parts. Odysseus and the Ithacans occupied a particular niche within this landscape. The men of Ithaca, accustomed to steep hills and narrow harbours, carried with them skills shaped by their home terrain. Their ships had navigated waters known for unpredictable winds, and their lives reflected the self-sufficiency required on a small island. Although the Ithacan contingent was not large, its presence added a maritime sensibility to the alliance. Odysseus himself, known for his strategic mindset, contributed perspectives that extended beyond direct combat. The presence of the Cretan forces under the leadership of Idomeneus introduced another layer to the coalition. Crete, with its history of maritime trade and earlier civilizations, stood as a cultural bridge between Greece and the wider world of the Eastern Mediterranean. The Cretan contingent symbolized the openness of early Greek societies to influences beyond their borders. Their participation reflected the interconnected nature of the Aegean world, where islands and mainland kingdoms were linked through trade, myth, and shared customs. The catalogue of allies also served a symbolic function in the broader structure of the myth. By listing the leaders and their contingents, the early epics established the Greek host as a microcosm of the entire Greek world. The war at Troy was not framed as a conflict involving only a few kingdoms, but as a collective enterprise uniting regions that often had little direct contact. The alliance embodied the ideal of pan-Hellenic identity, even though such unity rarely existed in historical practice. The narrative thus created a space where the diverse Greek world could imagine itself as a coherent entity. Within this collective framework, Odysseus's role takes on a more subtle significance. Although not the most powerful leader, he held a position of respect due to his intelligence, foresight, and capacity to solve complex problems. His presence balanced the strengths of other leaders, contributing to the internal stability of the alliance. The catalogue of allies situates him among the prominent figures of his age, weaving Ithaca's identity into the fabric of the wider Greek world. The arrangement of the camp reflected the hierarchy and relationships among the leaders. Each contingent established its own position, creating a patchwork of tents, storage areas, and gathering spaces. The encampment grew into a temporary city, organized not by permanent structures, but by routine, necessity, and mutual recognition. Paths formed between the sections of the camp, connecting leaders and facilitating communication. Scouts moved between groups, sharing information about the surrounding lands and the movements of Trojan forces. The early days at Troy, shaped by the presence of these many contingents, fostered an atmosphere of collective anticipation. While small skirmishes occurred, the war had not yet entered its decisive phases. The catalogue of allies, whether spoken, remembered, or later recorded, became a reference point for understanding the scope of what was unfolding. It provided a sense of order within the vast endeavour, establishing a structure for the narrative that would follow. The diversity of the Greek alliance also introduced complexities that would influence the war's later stages. Different leaders held different priorities, and cooperation required negotiation as well as shared purpose. The Greeks were united in their goal, but not uniform in their perspective. This dynamic allowed for the emergence of alliances within the alliance, guided by personal respect, political ties, or mutual advantage. Odysseus, with his diplomatic skill and capacity for careful observation, navigated these currents with quiet effectiveness. The catalogue of allies thus represents more than a listing of leaders. It captures the very essence of the Trojan War as a collective undertaking, one that required the participation of many regions, traditions, and temperaments. The war would come to symbolize, in later centuries, a defining moment of shared identity among the Greek peoples. The presence of so many leaders at Troy, each representing a distinct part of the ancient world, contributed to the sense that the conflict held meaning beyond its immediate cause. As the days passed, the Greek contingents settled into their routines, preparing for the long campaign ahead. Their presence along the Troad marked the beginning of a new phase in the war, one shaped by collaboration, strategy, and the gradual unfolding of mythic time. Odysseus, surrounded by leaders from across the Greek world, found himself integrated into a network of shared responsibility that would shape his destiny. The catalogue of allies stands as a testament to the breadth of that responsibility, capturing the moment when the Greek world assembled at the edge of a foreign land, ready to engage in a conflict that would define the age. In the early stages of the Greek presence at Troy, the rhythm of the campaign settled into a pattern defined not by full-scale battles, but by probing movements, measured advances, and cautious testing of the land. Although the expedition had reached its destination, the Greeks still faced uncertainties. The Troad was unfamiliar terrain to many among them. Its hills, streams, and coastal paths carried the presence of both myth and lived history. The land bore traces of earlier generations, shaped by local kingdoms and the shadow of Troy's influence. Before the Greeks could engage the city itself, they needed to understand the environment in which they would wage their war. The first encounters reflected this need for knowledge. Small groups of warriors ventured inland, observing the terrain and assessing the possible routes toward Troy. The city's position on a rise overlooking the plain created a natural vantage point for its defenders. From their elevated position, The Trojans could track movements across the open fields and determine when to send out their own scouts. The interplay of observation and counter-observation became the initial layer of the conflict. Neither side sought an immediate decisive battle. Both needed time to measure their opponent's strength. Ancient traditions describe early clashes near the river Scamander, whose waters flowed across the plain and nourished the fields surrounding the city. These fields represented both a strategic resource and a symbolic boundary. To approach Troy, the Greeks would need to cross them, yet doing so without caution risked ambush or counterattack. The Scamander, mentioned frequently in epic tradition, became a defining feature of the landscape. Its course allowed the Greeks to gauge distances and identify potential paths toward the city's gates. The river also provided essential water for the encamped army, reinforcing its role as a central landmark. These early skirmishes involved swift movements rather than prolonged engagements. Warriors on both sides sought to test the other's reactions, how quickly they mobilized, how disciplined their formations were, and how they responded to sudden pressures. Such tests reflected the traditional practices of warfare in the late Bronze Age, where extended sieges were rare and battles often unfolded in close proximity to fortifications without directly attacking them. Troy, known for its strong walls, required a different approach, prompting the Greeks to experience firsthand the challenge they would face in attempting to breach such defenses. Odysseus played a notable role in these early exploratory efforts. His skill lay not in rushing into conflict, but in evaluating circumstances with deliberation. The Ithacan contingent, accustomed to navigating intricate coastlines and steep inclines, adapted quickly to reconnaissance work. Their experience with maritime routes translated naturally into the patient observation required on land. Through measured assessments, Odysseus contributed to a growing understanding of the Trojan plain, its pathways, its hidden dips, and the vantage points from which the Greeks could view the city. The Trojans themselves approached these early encounters with a combination of caution and confidence. Their walls, rising with imposing strength, provided reassurance. Generations had passed since the earliest phases of the city's fortification, leaving behind layers of architecture that reflected both practical needs and symbolic significance. The city's gates, built to regulate entry and protect its inhabitants, had stood through shifting eras and rulers. The early skirmishes did not threaten these defenses directly, and the Trojans moved out from them strategically, observing the Greeks with the same careful attention the Greeks directed toward them. Among the Greeks, the process of settling into a prolonged campaign had already begun. The construction of temporary shelters, storage areas, and organizational structures continued along the shoreline. The fleet, positioned offshore or drawn onto the sand, became a secondary defensive line. The ships formed the lifeline of the expedition, connecting the army to its homeland. Without them, the Greeks would have no means of retreat or resupply. Protecting the fleet thus became an essential part of early strategy, influencing how far the army could venture inland during the first encounters. The testing of Trojan defenses also carried a psychological dimension. The Greeks wished to demonstrate their presence and resolve, while the Trojans aimed to show that they would not be easily intimidated. Each side sought to read the other's determination. These early interactions did not produce conclusive outcomes, yet they shaped expectations. The Greeks understood that Troy would not fall quickly. The Trojans realized that the Greeks were prepared to remain if necessary. The mythic cycle later framed this recognition as the beginning of the long war, a gradual shift from swift raids to enduring conflict. The terrain itself played a silent but influential role. The plains near Troy reflected the interplay of the natural and human landscapes. Farmers had long cultivated the soil, leaving behind traces of agricultural patterns that intersected with the paths warriors now followed. Groves, streams, and seasonal marshes affected movement and tactics. In some areas, the ground was firm enough for chariots. In others, uneven surfaces limited mobility. The Greeks needed to adapt to these variations, adjusting their formations to the contours of the land. The early encounters served as a means of learning this environment, essential knowledge for the siege to come. Mythic tradition later connected these early movements to divine interest in the conflict. Although the narrative preserved in epic sources often emphasizes interactions among gods, these early stages highlight the human perspective, uncertain, exploratory, and shaped by natural conditions. The emphasis on landscape, preparation, and observation reminds listeners that the war evolved gradually rather than erupting in immediate confrontation. Even legendary heroes required time to understand their surroundings and prepare for the challenges ahead. Odysseus, throughout these early encounters, refined his awareness of the Greek forces themselves. He observed how other leaders coordinated their movements, how their warriors responded to shifting terrain, and how different contingents approached conflict. The experience deepened his understanding of the alliance's strengths and limitations. Cooperation among diverse kingdoms required more than shared purpose. It required ongoing adjustment to differences in leadership style, training, and regional customs. These early tests provided insight into how the Greeks could function collectively. The Trojans, meanwhile, continued to strengthen their defenses. Their scouts monitored Greek activities, reporting on the establishment of the camp and the presence of the many contingents. Within the city, preparations intensified, stockpiling grain, reinforcing gates, organizing defensive positions, and ensuring that the inhabitants were ready for an extended siege. The Trojans were defending not merely a city, but a heritage rooted in generations of settlement and mythic ancestry. The early encounters underscored the need for vigilance, reinforcing a sense of responsibility that extended beyond the warrior class. Over time, these probing movements gave rise to a clearer strategic picture. The Greeks recognized that a direct assault on the walls would be costly and likely ineffective. Troy's fortifications, built in successive phases and strengthened by centuries of craftsmanship, were among the most formidable in the region. The Greeks would need to combine endurance, mobility, and strategic pressure. This realization marked the transition from initial exploration to more structured planning, which would eventually shape the long years of the war. These early encounters also offered a glimpse into the shifting rhythm of life during the campaign. Warriors alternated between periods of stillness and sudden action, between listening to the sounds of the wind over the plain and responding to distant movements on the horizon. The slow pacing of these days reflected the measured unfolding of mythic time. The war, though remembered for its dramatic episodes, also consisted of prolonged periods defined by patience, observation, and adaptation. As the Greeks refined their understanding of the land and the Trojans prepared for extended defense, the foundation for the long conflict was set. The first encounters did not aim to resolve the war, but to establish its framework. These early moments, quiet in their outward form, yet significant in their implications, marked the beginning of a siege that would become one of the most enduring narratives in ancient tradition. The testing of Trojan defences, gentle and exploratory in its earliest phase, served as the threshold through which the Greek alliance would soon pass into the deeper stages of the war. As the Greek encampment settled into its early rhythm on the shores of the Troad, a final attempt at reconciliation still lingered in the minds of some leaders. Traditions preserved in later sources describe a moment before the long conflict fully took hold, when an embassy was sent to Troy in the hope that peaceful resolution might still be possible. The Greeks, though prepared for war, understood the weight of the undertaking they faced. The Trojans, though confident behind their fortifications, recognized the gravity of a confrontation with so many assembled kingdoms. In this quiet interval, before the wider struggle hardened into a 10-year war, a fragile window remained open. Odysseus played a central role in this embassy. His reputation for thoughtful judgment and careful articulation made him a natural choice to represent the Greek coalition. Accompanying him was Menelaus, the aggrieved king whose loss had sparked the expedition. The dual presence of the measured strategist and the directly affected ruler formed a symbolic balance, one embodying personal injury, the other embodying diplomatic restraint. Together, they approached Troy not with immediate hostility, but with a formal request shaped by the customs of the age. The journey from the Greek camp to the gates of Troy followed paths that wound gradually across the plains. The features of the land carried stillness, marked by cultivated fields, distant pastures, and the looming presence of the city above. The approach itself underscored the scale of Troy's defences. Its walls rose in layers, built over centuries, reflecting the long continuity of settlement and the care given to protecting it. As the envoys neared these walls, the magnitude of the community they sought to negotiate with became evident. Troy was not merely a fortress, but a centre of trade, agriculture, and cultural memory extending deep into the Bronze Age world. Inside the city, preparations for meeting the envoys would have reflected established diplomatic traditions. Ancient Anatolian, Aegean, and Near Eastern practices all emphasized the importance of protocol, clear presentation of grievances, adherence to ritual structure, and formal reception. Though mythic narratives do not preserve every detail of such procedures, archaeology and comparative history suggest that these exchanges were conducted with great seriousness. The Trojans understood that the outcome of this embassy could shape not only their own fate, but the broader relations among the kingdoms represented by the Greek coalition. The request itself, as preserved in tradition, centered on the return of Helen and the wealth taken with her. The Greeks framed this demand not merely as a personal matter, but as a question of honor, social order, and the obligations that bound rulers. The Trojans, however, faced competing pressures. Their royal house had accepted Helen, integrating her presence into the city's life. The younger prince, whose actions initiated the conflict, still held influence among certain factions. To comply with the Greek request would mean acknowledging fault, disrupting internal dynamics, and possibly weakening the city's standing among neighboring states. At the same time, Troy's leaders recognized the scale of the expedition encamped on their shores. The presence of many prominent Achaean kings represented a significant threat. The embassy thus required careful consideration, balancing the political, social, and spiritual implications of either resisting or yielding to the Greek demands. The decision-making process within Troy likely drew upon councils of elders, advisors, and members of the royal household. Although epic tradition often centers the narrative on a small number of figures, the administrative reality of a major late Bronze Age city would have involved multiple layers of consultation. Odysseus's presence at this negotiation reflected another dimension of the Greek strategy, the value placed on measured persuasion before resorting to open conflict. His role emphasized that the war was not sought impulsively. Instead, it evolved from the failure of diplomatic procedures that were considered necessary steps in any significant dispute. These traditions help situate the Trojan War within a broader historical context of interstate interactions, where envoys, demands, and counterdemands formed part of the structured landscape of ancient political life. The Trojans ultimately rejected the embassy's request. Whether this refusal stemmed from internal loyalty, political pride, or deeper cultural values, the result closed the final pathway to peaceful resolution. The rejection also clarified the scale of the conflict to come. For the Greeks, it confirmed that negotiations would not yield the restitution they sought. For the Trojans, it signaled their readiness to defend the city through prolonged resistance. With this decision, the rhythm of life in the region shifted subtly. The possibility of swift settlement faded, replaced by the slow movement of preparations for a drawn-out struggle. As the envoys departed the city, the landscape they crossed bore a new significance. The plains that had seemed neutral and spacious now formed the contested zone between the two sides. The Scamander River, which had offered gentle guidance during the journey, would soon become a witness to the movements of armies. The distant Greek encampment, with its ships lining the coast, symbolized the enduring presence the Trojans had chosen to confront rather than appease. The embassy's return signaled the end of diplomacy and the beginning of an escalating conflict that neither side could withdraw from without loss of honor. Odysseus, upon returning to the camp, brought with him not only the message of rejection, but a deeper understanding of the city that stood before them. He had walked its approaches, observed its walls, and sensed the disposition of those who governed it. This experience contributed to the gradual formation of his strategic perspective. He understood more fully the scale of the challenge Troy presented, not merely in military terms, but in cultural and psychological dimensions. The city's resilience was rooted in centuries of identity and tradition, and any attempt to breach it would require persistence beyond the ordinary rhythms of warfare. The Trojans, similarly, absorbed the significance of the envoy's visit. Their refusal carried consequences that extended beyond the immediate moment. It consolidated their internal unity, affirming their chosen stance. It also signaled their acceptance of the burdens that a prolonged defense would entail. The embassy thus became a defining moment in the mythic memory of the war. A final pause before movement shifted toward a cycle of battles, raids, and shifting fortunes. In the broader arc of Odysseus's life story, his role in this embassy is a quiet but meaningful chapter. It reflects the aspect of his character rooted in reasoning and foresight, rather than physical confrontation. Before he became known for his later wanderings, for the trials he would endure across distant seas, he first participated in the ritualized diplomacy that marked the opening of the Trojan conflict. This early moment underscores the enduring theme that his journey, whether in war or in wandering, often began with observation, evaluation, and the patience to understand circumstances before acting within them. As the embassy faded into memory and preparations for war intensified, the larger narrative moved toward the long years that would define the conflict. Yet this peaceful attempt, calm in its procedures and grounded in ancient customs, remains a reminder that even within the mythic framework of epic warfare, the path toward conflict is rarely immediate. It unfolds gradually, shaped by choices, refusals, and the steady movement of time across landscapes, both human and historical. After the embassy returned unsuccessful, the Greeks gradually shifted their efforts towards securing the lands surrounding Troy. The war, still in its early stages, had not yet settled into the long, structured conflict described in later traditions. Instead, it unfolded through a series of measured movements, raids and expansions across the Troad and neighboring regions. These actions served both practical and symbolic purposes, shaping the environment in which the siege would eventually take form. Raiding was a familiar aspect of warfare in the late Bronze Age. It functioned not as an uncontrolled eruption of violence, but as a strategic method of exerting pressure, acquiring supplies, and weakening opposing networks. For the Greeks, who had crossed the sea with large contingents, the surrounding regions represented essential sources of grain, livestock, and materials. The ships anchored along the shore held the army's lifeline, yet the fleet alone could not sustain such a vast force indefinitely. Local resources, therefore, became crucial. The early raids reflected the practical necessity of provisioning an encamped army far from its homeland. These raids also had a political dimension. Many of the communities surrounding Troy maintained varying degrees of allegiance to the city or connections through trade and kinship. By targeting these allies, the Greeks sought to isolate Troy, diminish its access to support, and signal their commitment to a prolonged campaign. Among the earliest regions affected were smaller coastal settlements and inland towns that had long existed within Troy's sphere of influence. Their capture or disruption served to weaken the broader regional network that sustained the city. Odysseus participated in several of these early movements, though the scale of his involvement is described in later tradition with differing detail. What remains consistent across sources is his role as a thinker who approached raids not merely as opportunities for plunder, but as occasions for gathering information. Each settlement encountered became a window into the local geography, the distribution of resources, and the patterns of Troy's surrounding alliances. These observations, carefully absorbed, contributed to a growing strategic map in his mind, a sense of how the land connected, where defenses were strongest, and where future movements might unfold. One of the most well-known destinations of these early raids was the region of the Thracian Chersonese and the lands held by tribes and rulers who were distant allies of Troy. Among these figures was the king known in tradition as Rhesus, whose youthful presence and renowned horses became part of the mythic narrative. Though epic poetry would later magnify this episode into a single dramatic night, the underlying theme reflects the broader Greek objective: preventing any reinforcement that might strengthen Troy's resolve. Raids also reached the lands of the Ciconians, the Mysians, and other coastal communities whose proximity to the Greek camp made them accessible targets. Each region held its own cultural identity and traditions, shaped by agricultural cycles and maritime exchanges. The Greeks, through their interactions with these communities, encountered a world that existed at the intersection of Anatolian and Aegean influences. The landscape itself bore signs of long occupation, fields tilled through generations, small shrines marking local beliefs, and settlements constructed with materials adapted to the terrain. These early movements helped the Greeks develop a deeper familiarity with the Troad's geography. They learned where streams narrowed into fords, where marshlands formed during certain seasons, and which hills offered vantage points over the plain. This knowledge would become increasingly important as the conflict matured. Geography, more than any single warrior, shaped the contours of the Trojan War. The land determined how chariots could move, where infantry could gather, and where natural features created advantages or exposed vulnerabilities. The raids also affected the internal rhythms of the Greek camp. Warriors returning from these expeditions brought not only supplies, but stories of the surrounding lands, information that influenced strategic discussions among the leaders. The camp, initially a temporary gathering of many kingdoms, began to develop a sense of structure. Storage areas were organized, the ships arranged in defensive formations along the coastline, and systems established for distributing provisions. The early raids indirectly helped shape this order by ensuring that the camp remained sustainable through the first years of the war. For Troy, the raids represented the gradual tightening of pressure around the city. The loss or disruption of Allied settlements forced the inhabitants to recognize the widening scope of the conflict. The city's leaders would have monitored these developments closely, relying on scouts and messengers to track the Greek movements. The plains outside Troy, once a region of agricultural routine, became a space where alliances shifted, where networks of support were tested, and where each new report carried implications for the city's future. The Trojans continued strengthening their walls, storing provisions, and preparing for prolonged defense. The mythic tradition later portrays these raids as lasting several years before the more familiar episodes of the war began. This passage of time reflects ancient understandings of long conflicts. The Trojan War was not remembered as a continuous series of battles, but as a cycle of phases: expansion, preparation, adjustment, and renewed pressure. These early years formed the foundation on which the more famous events would later rise. Odysseus's reputation during this phase grew not from acts of force, but from acts of perception. His role as a strategist became increasingly evident as he observed the unfolding patterns of the war. He saw how the Greeks adapted to foreign terrain, how the Trojans responded to threats, and how the balance of resources could influence the direction of the conflict. The raids offered him opportunities to assess distances, evaluate the mobility of different contingents, and understand the interdependencies among the Greek forces. These insights would later shape several key decisions during the later years of the war. The environment itself also shifted as a result of these early movements. Fields were disrupted, paths worn by repeated marches, and shores altered by the continual hauling of ships. The presence of such a large encamped force left subtle yet lasting marks on the land. The Trojans, viewing the plains from their walls, witnessed changes that signaled both the persistence of the enemy and the transformation of their familiar surroundings. These shifts in landscape mirrored the deeper shifts in political and cultural life triggered by the war. Over time, the early raids contributed to a sense of inevitability. The Greeks, adapting more fully to the region, grew increasingly confident in their ability to sustain the long effort. The Trojans, recognizing the depth of Greek commitment, understood that the conflict would not dissipate quickly. The separation between the two sides became more pronounced, not only geographically, but psychologically. Each community adjusted its expectations, preparing for a prolonged struggle that would shape generations of memory. In the later poetic imagination, these early years were often condensed or overshadowed by the more dramatic episodes that followed. Yet, within the quiet, methodical rhythm of this phase lay the structural framework of the entire war. The expansion of the Greek campaign, the weakening of Troy's external support, and the deepening of strategic awareness among leaders like Odysseus formed the essential prelude to everything that would come afterward. Thus, the early raids, though less celebrated than the later duels and sieges, represent a significant chapter in the broader journey of Odysseus. They reflect the patient unfolding of events, the shaping of landscapes through human intention, and the gradual movement of two great communities toward a conflict that would echo through the long corridors of mythic time. As the early raids gradually gave way to a more structured pattern of conflict, the Trojan War entered a long phase of relative stalemate. This extended period, remembered in later tradition as spanning several years, formed the quiet middle ground between the first movements of the expedition and the later, more decisive events. It was a time marked not by great battles or sudden reversals, but by endurance, adaptation, and a slow, deepening familiarity between the two opposing sides. Across the plains, along the shoreline, and within the walls of Troy, life settled into a rhythm, shaped by the demands of a war that neither side could easily conclude. The Greeks, encamped along the coast, gradually expanded and refined their settlement. What had begun as a temporary gathering of ships and tents slowly transformed into a semi-permanent field community. Storage huts, makeshift defenses, and areas designated for specific contingents gave the encampment a sense of order. Fires burned nightly across the shore, creating a constellation of steady lights reflected in the sea. Warriors tended to their equipment, repaired shields and chariots, and practiced formations to maintain readiness. The camp, though composed of leaders from many kingdoms, developed a degree of cohesion over time, shaped by shared purpose and the long cycles of seasonal change. Stalemate did not mean stillness. Skirmishes continued along the edges of the plains, where small groups of warriors tested opponents, contested pasture land, or sought to gain slight advantages. The river Scamander remained a focal point, its waters providing both life and strategic value. Seasonal floods and shifts in its course influenced how the Greeks moved across the plain. Chariot tracks carved shallow paths into the soil, renewed each year by repeated marches. The land absorbed the rhythms of the conflict, gradually bearing the subtle marks of its passage. The Trojans, within their fortified city, maintained their own routines. The walls that protected them had stood for generations, and their architecture reflected the accumulated skill of ancient builders. Families continued their daily lives, adapting their routines to the realities of war. Grain was stored carefully, livestock tended within secure areas, and artisans continued their crafts with a mixture of necessity and resilience. Priests tended to shrines and conducted rites aimed at preserving the city's balance, calling upon ancestral traditions for guidance and protection. Life within the walls did not stop. It simply shifted, accommodating the persistent presence of an army on the horizon. During these long years, both sides developed a deeper understanding of each other. Scouts observed patterns in opposing movements, noted the habits of specific contingents, and carried this knowledge back to their leaders. The war became less of an unknown and more of a structured reality. For the Greeks, this meant learning how the Trojans coordinated their defenses, how they organized their cavalry, and how quickly they could respond to threats. For the Trojans, it meant understanding the strengths of the various Greek commanders, the manner in which they arranged their forces, and the moments when their resolve appeared strongest. Odysseus moved within this evolving environment with steady clarity. The long years of stalemate suited his talent for observation and analysis. He studied the geography of the plains, paid attention to the changes in the Greek encampment, and considered how time itself was shaping the course of the conflict. He recognized that endurance could become a strategic advantage, that patience could reveal opportunities not visible in the immediate tumult of battle. His place within the Greek leadership grew quietly but steadily, rooted not in displays of force, but in the reliability of his counsel and the depth of his insight. The passing of years also brought changes in the natural world around the combatants. Storms rolled in from the sea, reshaping the shoreline and shifting the sands around the ships. Summers dried the plains into a hard, sun-baked expanse, making movement easier for chariots. Winters brought cold winds sweeping down from the surrounding hills, pressing both camps toward an inward focus. Each season created its own challenges and rhythms, demanding adjustments in how warriors fought, gathered resources, and maintained their readiness. In the absence of decisive battles, the war unfolded through cycles of raiding, defending, rebuilding, and waiting. The Greeks continued to strike at surrounding communities to limit Troy's influence and to maintain their own supplies. The Trojans fortified their positions, strengthened their alliances, and continued to protect the routes leading into their city. This balance of pressure and resistance established a subtle tension that defined the middle years of the war. Neither side could easily retreat, and neither could force a breakthrough. The stalemate also allowed personalities within the Greek army to assert themselves more clearly. Leaders from various kingdoms brought their own customs, strategies, and rivalries into the shared space of the camp. These interactions shaped the internal dynamics of the coalition. Contingents developed reputations based on their discipline, their effectiveness in raids, or their reliability in holding defensive positions. Council meetings among the leaders took on a structured form, with discussions revolving around long-term strategy rather than immediate eruptions of conflict. Odysseus, in these gatherings, often occupied a position of calm deliberation. He valued long-range thinking, encouraging the Greeks to observe patterns rather than respond impulsively. He understood that the war, by stretching across years, created opportunities that could not be rushed. The others respected his clarity, even when they did not always share his inclination toward patience. His role during these years contributed to the steady cohesion of the Greek effort, helping maintain unity among leaders who came from different cultures and regions. For Troy, the years of stalemate allowed for reinforcement of identity. The city became a symbol of endurance, standing against a coalition that represented many kingdoms. Its citizens rallied around a shared sense of purpose, forged not in sudden triumphs, but in the quiet perseverance of daily life under pressure. The passing of time strengthened their connection to the city's legends, its divine protectors, and its ancestral heritage. Troy's walls stood not only as stone fortifications, but as markers of a collective will to endure. The war's slow progression also revealed the limits of both sides. Supplies could diminish, morale could fluctuate, and leadership could shift as circumstances demanded. The Greeks, despite their initial confidence, recognized that Troy's walls were formidable and that the defenders were skilled in exploiting the plain's natural features. The Trojans, in turn, saw that the Greek army remained resolute, its ships a constant reminder of the coalition's reach across the sea. It was during these quiet years that Odysseus continued to develop a deeper understanding of human resolve. This phase of the war taught him that endurance was as significant as strength, that observation was as valuable as action, and that patience could become a profound instrument of strategy. These insights would later inform the decisions that shaped the final phases of the conflict. Though later epic tradition would focus on the dramatic episodes near the end of the war, the duels, the divine interventions, and the fall of the city, the long years of stalemate formed the silent foundation upon which those events would rest. They created the conditions for future actions, strengthened alliances, deepened rivalries, and shaped the perspectives of the leaders who would later rise to prominence. In this long, gentle stretch of time, lived quietly between the early raids and the later decisive movements, the Trojan War became not merely a clash of armies, but a steady unfolding of endurance, shaped by the land, the seasons, and the patient determination of those who bore its weight. Odysseus, moving through this landscape with attentive clarity, grew into the figure who would later navigate the most complex challenges of both war and wandering. As the long years of stalemate continued, the Trojan War entered a deeper stage defined by the rhythms of seasonal change. The conflict no longer moved in sudden surges, but in quiet cycles shaped by weather, environment, and the steady passage of time. Each year unfolded in patterns the warriors came to recognize: the renewal of spring, the dry clarity of summer, the gentler decline of autumn, and the inward-turning stillness of winter. Through these cycles, the war matured, not through dramatic transformation, but through gradual shifts that altered the expectations of both Greeks and Trojans. In spring, the plains surrounding Troy filled with new growth. The Scamander swelled with meltwater from the interior uplands, forming channels that changed slightly each year. Grass rose across the fields, where chariots would later carve fresh paths, and groves near the river regained their shade after the winter months. This season brought renewed energy to both camps. For the Greeks, it meant the beginning of fresh campaigns, the inspection of equipment, and the repair of ships that had weathered winter storms. For the Trojans, it meant preparing the herds and harvests that would support their community through the coming season of conflict. Summer was the principal time of movement. The plains hardened beneath the sun, their dry soil creating firm ground for chariot wheels and infantry formations. Winds from the sea carried a steady warmth across the Greek encampment, drying nets and sails laid out beside the ships. Warriors from many kingdoms gathered in councils to outline the year's objectives, deciding where pressure might be applied or which surrounding regions required attention. The long daylight hours allowed extended scouting, and the open landscape made possible broader maneuvers. Autumn brought a quieter tone. Fields began yielding their produce, and both Greeks and Trojans recognized the importance of securing provisions before the harsher months arrived. The pace of conflict slowed, shaped by practical needs rather than strategic decisions. Raids still occurred, but they followed patterns influenced by harvest cycles. The Trojans worked to store grain within the city, and the Greeks redistributed supplies from earlier expeditions or from captured settlements. The sky took on softer hues, and the plains carried the scent of gathered crops and cooling earth. Winter demanded restraint. Cold winds descended from the surrounding hills, limiting the movement of both armies. Snow rarely settled on the plains, but frost often marked the mornings, and the reduced daylight shortened opportunities for extended action. The Greeks reinforced their shelters with additional roofing, and windbreaks fashioned from planks taken from damaged ships or from timber brought in earlier seasons. Fires became central points of gathering, offering warmth and quiet reflection. Troy, within its walls, experienced its own inward turn as families drew closer around hearths and workshops, produced essential tools to prepare for the coming spring. Across these quiet cycles, Odysseus deepened his understanding of the war's broader rhythm. He observed not only the actions of warriors, but the subtler movements of seasons, supply lines, and morale. His mind often turned toward the long-term nature of the conflict, recognizing that time itself had become one of its central forces. A war shaped by years demanded an approach rooted in endurance and adaptability, qualities that resonated strongly with his own nature. He watched how certain leaders thrived in the open expanses of summer, but grew restless during winter, and how others found clarity in the planning months of autumn. These observations helped him understand the strengths and limitations of the Greek coalition. The Trojans also adapted to the seasons. Their defensive strategies shifted with the environmental demands of each period. In summer, they could launch swift counter-movements across the plains, taking advantage of clear pathways. In winter, they relied more heavily on their fortifications, trusting the strength of their walls to protect them from sudden threats. The cyclical nature of the conflict allowed the city to maintain a sense of continuity, reinforcing the idea that endurance could serve as a form of resistance equal to any act of force. As the seasons repeated, certain patterns in the war began to emerge. The Greeks recognized that the Trojans rarely committed themselves fully to engagements outside their walls. This cautious approach reflected an understanding of their long-term advantage. They did not need to defeat the Greek army outright. They merely needed to survive. The Greeks, conversely, understood that time, while shaping the conflict, also placed pressure upon them. Far from home, their ability to sustain a prolonged campaign depended on unity, discipline, and consistent access to provisions. Odysseus often considered these contrasting pressures. His strategic thinking was shaped by the recognition that the war could not rely solely on repeated seasonal cycles. Something beyond endurance would eventually be required. Yet he also understood the necessity of allowing the war to develop at its own pace. Attempts to force decisive outcomes too quickly risked unnecessary losses, while patient observation could reveal opportunities that might otherwise remain hidden. Over the years, the seasonal rhythm created an unintended familiarity between the two sides. From the walls of Troy, inhabitants could anticipate the patterns of Greek movements as winter ended and spring began. From the Greek camp, warriors grew accustomed to the sight of Troy's walls shifting in colour with the changing light, pale under morning skies, deepening into warm tones during late afternoon, and blending into shadow as evening approached. This familiarity did not lessen the enmity between the two sides, but added a layer of shared experience shaped by the enduring presence of the war itself. These quiet years were also marked by generational continuity. Among both Greeks and Trojans, younger warriors who had begun the war in early adulthood now grew into seasoned veterans. Skills refined over many campaigns became second nature. Those who were older adapted their roles, shifting from frontline positions to advisory or organizational responsibilities. The war shaped not only the landscape, but the people within it, creating a shared history that linked individuals across enemy lines by the simple fact of enduring the same long passage of time. The land, too, changed under the weight of these years. Paths deepened with repeated use, forming clear routes across the plains. Certain areas became known for skirmishes or scouting encounters, gaining quiet reputations among the warriors. Seasonal changes altered the contours of the Scamander's banks, creating new fords or shifting older ones. Trees near the river bore marks from weapons, shields, and chariots. Even the sands along the coastline adjusted to the continual presence of the ships, creating grooves where hulls had been dragged ashore or launched into the water. Yet despite these subtle changes, the larger reality remained one of stalemate. The war moved forward, but slowly, like a tide advancing across a shallow shore. Each year brought slight adjustments, new alliances, or refined strategies, but no single shift altered the overall balance. It was within this gradual movement that Odysseus's understanding of the conflict deepened most profoundly. He came to see that the war's slow pace was not a sign of stagnation, but a reflection of the immense forces shaping it, geographical, political, cultural, and human. Such forces could not be rushed. In these long, repetitive seasons, the war acquired its enduring character. The Trojan conflict became a story not only of battles and heroes, but of patience, of the quiet endurance that shapes human history as much as sudden action. Over time, these subtle cycles prepared both sides for the more decisive movements that would eventually emerge, not abruptly, but as the natural culmination of years shaped by steady, almost meditative progression. Across the slow-moving surface of the open sea, the ship bearing Odysseus drifted toward a region known in scattered coastal whispers and in the solemn warnings of seafarers, the waters of the Sirens. This stretch of ocean, outwardly serene, had long been remembered as a place where journeys were quietly cut short, not by storms or monsters, but by a song. Ancient sailors spoke of it in subdued tones, describing no visible threat, only melodies drifting across the waves, melodies capable of dissolving the will of even the strongest minds. In this quiet segment of the voyage, Odysseus moved from trials of brute strength to a test that touched the inner landscape of longing and curiosity. The guidance of Circe still lingered like a protective echo. She had explained that the sirens possessed knowledge of all things that had been, all things that were, and all things that would come to pass. Their song was not merely beautiful, it was threaded with secrets of the cosmos, history, and destiny. For sailors far from home, burdened by memory and uncertainty, such knowledge could be irresistible. Once the sirens' voices reached the ears of an unprotected traveller, the desire to follow the sound, to uncover its promises, would eclipse every duty and dream. Ships would turn toward the rocky shoreline where the singers waited, and once drawn in, they would shatter on hidden reefs. The bones of those who sought the truth too hungrily were said to lie scattered across the coast. With this in mind, preparations on Odysseus's ship unfolded with quiet deliberation. Beeswax, softened by the warmth of human hands, was shaped carefully and pressed into the ears of each crew member. It was a small, simple barrier, yet powerful enough to preserve their lives. As they worked, the sky remained open and clear, revealing nothing of what lay ahead. The sea reflected the light with a deceptive tranquility. Only those who knew the stories would sense the shift, the faint stillness that marked the boundary between ordinary waters and those aligned with myth. Odysseus, in keeping with Circe's instructions, chose not to close his ears to the song. His path was shaped by an unyielding desire to understand, to witness every wonder and every challenge the world held. This moment, then, represented a paradox. To hear the song was both an honor and a danger. He requested that his men bind him tightly to the ship's mast, with ropes pulled taut across his limbs and torso. The knots had to be strong enough to withstand the pull of a mind overtaken by enchantment. He warned them, through gestures and firm signals, that no matter how passionately he might plead, they must not release him until the ship had fully passed out of the siren's range. As the vessel continued onward, the sea around them shifted almost imperceptibly. The wind softened, then stilled, as though holding its breath. The surface of the water lost its gentle motion and flattened into a mirror-like calm. The oars dipped and rose in steady rhythm, the only movement in an otherwise suspended world. It was then, in that fragile quiet, that the first notes of the siren's song drifted toward the ship. The sound arrived not as a sudden melody, but as a delicate thread, almost indistinguishable from the breeze. Slowly, it wove itself into fuller harmonies, expanding into a presence that filled the space between sky and sea. The music carried no urgency. It unfolded with the patience of deep time, as if sung by beings untouched by weariness or change. Its beauty was serene, yet charged with meaning. It seemed to speak of distant memories, forgotten truths, and pathways not taken. For Odysseus, whose mind held the weight of exile, longing, and uncompleted journeys, the song felt like an invitation to clarity. Soon, the melody grew more intricate. It shaped visions, not with images, but with sensations. The sense of knowledge within reach, the sense of mysteries dissolving, the sense of burdens lightening. Though the words were impossible to fully separate from the pure tone, their essence suggested recognition. They spoke of Troy, of Ithaca, of roads yet unseen. They sang of his name as though it had always belonged to a larger story, one extending beyond mortal lifetimes. In this expanding horizon, the struggles of the journey seemed distant, almost unnecessary. If the promises in the song were true, all the uncertainty of life could be softened into understanding. Bound to the mast, Odysseus strained against the ropes. The calm logic he possessed in ordinary challenges dissolved under the weight of the melody. The song did not coerce. It invited. It did not command. It offered. The yearning it awakened was profound, rising from the deepest recesses of thought. Even knowing the dangers, even recalling Circe's stern warnings, he felt an overwhelming desire to approach the voices, to step onto the rocky shore, and to hear the full song unobscured by distance. Every fibre of his being urged him toward the source of that knowledge. The crew, deafened by the beeswax, saw only the visible result. Their captain pulling fiercely against the ropes, gesturing and shouting in silent desperation. They rowed on, following the instructions he had given them earlier. Their faces remained set in calm concentration, unaware of the emotional tempest surrounding him. The sea drifted past with quiet steadiness. Slowly, the melody began to fade, though not all at once. It retreated like a tide drawing back toward the horizon. The last notes hovered briefly, gentle, wistful, almost mournful, before dissolving into a silence that felt striking in its contrast. The sea once again gathered the wind into its surface, restoring its movement. The spell, subtle yet profound, released its hold. Only after the ship had travelled well beyond the siren's domain did the crew approach Odysseus and unbind him. His breathing steadied with each passing moment, though his expression held traces of awe. The experience had not answered his questions. It had deepened his awareness of the vast, mysterious forces shaping the world. Some knowledge, he understood now, remained forever beyond the reach of mortal minds, not out of cruelty, but out of the boundless complexity of destiny. In this chapter of the journey, there was no battle, no clash of physical power. Instead, the encounter revealed an ancient truth of seafaring and of life itself, that not all dangers arrive with noise or violence. Some come softly, in beauty and promise, echoing the quiet vulnerabilities within the human spirit. And the ability to move past them requires discipline, foresight, and trust. Qualities that continued to guide Odysseus as his ship pressed onward across the changing sea. Beyond the fading echo of the siren's song, the sea gradually reclaimed its natural rhythm. Wind returned to the sails in a gentle exhale, and the long undulations of the open water resumed their quiet sway beneath the ship. But for Odysseus, the calm held a different meaning. It was the stillness before another trial, one foretold with precision by Circe, whose warnings were now preserved in his memory with careful reverence. The next stretch of the voyage would bring the most perilous of narrow passages, the strait where Scylla and Charybdis confronted all who dared approach. This was not a place of subtle enchantment, nor of deceptive serenity. It belonged to the deep architecture of the earth, where ancient forces shaped both stone and sea. Long before Troy rose or fell, before the first mariner traced a coastline, these two powers had inhabited the strait. Each represented a danger distinct in nature, yet equally destructive. Together, they transformed the crossing into a moment of unavoidable sacrifice. Circe's counsel had been firm. She had described Scylla not as a creature with changing forms or shifting intentions, but as a fixed presence, a rocky cliffside inhabited by a being whose hunger did not ebb or swell, whose nature did not allow restraint. She possessed a ring of 6 heads, each extending from her hidden cave, each capable of snatching a sailor with unerring certainty. She did not roam the seas or chase ships. She occupied her place like a cruel feature of the landscape. No pleas, no offerings, no feats of strength could alter her behavior. She represented the kind of danger the world sometimes held without apology, something that could only be endured. On the opposite side of the strait churned Charybdis, an immense force concealed beneath water. Unlike Scylla, she did not strike swiftly. Her power unfolded in cycles, each culminating in a violent whirlpool capable of dragging entire ships into the abyss. In these moments, the sea itself seemed to collapse inward, drawing down everything above it before expelling the swallowed water in a towering surge. To steer too close to Charybdis was to surrender to the vast indifference of nature's deeper currents. Circe had given Odysseus a choice, though it was a choice only in structure, not in comfort. If he steered toward Charybdis, the ship would be destroyed entirely. If he passed nearer to Scylla, he would lose men, 6 in number, 1 to each head. In this narrow corridor of fate, survival required accepting loss without the possibility of preventing it. It was a decision burdened with inevitability, and as Odysseus contemplated it, the horizon ahead revealed a subtle shift. The waters began to tighten into a channel, their movement narrowing as the ship approached the strait. The air grew heavier with the scent of the cliffs, and the soundscape changed. The steady wind became fragmented, interrupted by echoes rising from stone walls on either side. Far ahead, the sea displayed early signs of unrest. A distant spiraling motion, slow at first, as though the water remembered some ancient pattern it was preparing to resume. This was the breath of Charybdis, gathering strength beneath the surface. Odysseus directed his men with calm gestures. He did not tell them about the inevitability of the sacrifice. To burden them with the knowledge of their fate would have served no purpose. Instead, he focused on guiding their movements with a firmness that carried no trace of uncertainty. Worry would only disrupt the delicate balance required to pass through the narrowing waters. The cliffside of Scylla rose into view, tall and jagged, its surface darkened by shadows. The cave where the creature kept her perpetual watch was barely visible. An opening carved into the rock, large enough for the monstrous heads to emerge, but disguised by distance and darkness. To the untrained eye, the cliff looked no different from any other coastal wall shaped by centuries of tide and wind. Yet Odysseus knew what waited within. On the opposite side, Charybdis announced her presence through movement rather than form. The swirling water gained momentum, drawing nearby currents into its spiral. Each passing moment birthed another rotation, widening the circle. Beneath the ship, the sea trembled faintly, responding to forces hidden deep in the earth. Odysseus ordered the ship towards Scylla's side. It was the only path that preserved the vessel and the majority of the crew. The men rowed with disciplined strokes, maintaining a steady pace. Their oars cut into the water with a sound both rhythmic and fragile. The ship advanced through the narrowing corridor, its timbers creaking softly in response to the shifting pressure. As the vessel drew closer to the cliff, a sudden gust of wind swept across the deck. The air changed, carrying a faint, inhuman cry that seemed to emanate from within the stone itself. Before anyone could adjust their senses to the sound, the first of Scylla's heads emerged, swift and silent. It extended downward like a serpentine shadow, its jaws widening with instinctive precision. The attack was instantaneous. 6 heads descended in a coordinated sweep, each targeting a different sailor. The men were lifted into the air before a cry could escape their lips. Their forms disappeared into the creature's cavernous maw, leaving behind only the echo of movement and the stunned stillness of those who remained. The sea offered no solace, the sky no explanation. Odysseus watched with a heart weighed by both grief and acceptance. There was no action he could have taken to prevent the loss. His role in this moment was to continue steering the ship forward. To slow down or turn back would only invite further destruction. The remaining crew, though shaken, maintained their rhythm. Their survival depended on it. The ship glided past the cliff, leaving the reach of Scylla behind. Immediately, the presence of Charybdis surged forward in the senses of those aboard. The whirlpool reached the peak of its cycle. Water collapsed toward its center, forming a vast funnel that seemed to stretch into the depths of the world. Waves surged outward in chaotic patterns. The sea roared with a magnitude that filled the air with trembling vibrations. But Odysseus had steered correctly. The ship remained beyond the reach of the whirlpool's pull, far enough that the currents brushed the hull without seizing it. The vessel rocked with moderate force, but held. The sailors gripped their oars and braced themselves until the waters eased. When the whirlpool finally released its gathered mass with a towering rush, the ship had already moved past the zone of danger. As the strait widened once more and the sea resumed its calmer tempo, the crew exhaled collectively. Their journey had crossed another boundary, one etched not in myth alone, but in the raw forces of the natural world. Scylla and Charybdis remained behind them, unchanged and unmovable, continuing their eternal cycle. For Odysseus, the Git passage marked a solemn understanding of leadership, that some trials demanded not conquest, but acceptance, not triumph, but endurance. The sea now stretched open before them once again, and the ship sailed forward into new waters shaped by the lessons of loss and the unyielding resolve of those who survived. As the memory of the strait receded and the open sea widened once more around the ship, the air settled into a stillness that felt almost suspended between worlds. The currents no longer pressed with the intensity of Scylla and Charybdis, and the winds drifted in gentle intervals across the deck. For a time, the voyage moved with a quiet regularity, carrying Odysseus and his crew toward the unknown. Yet even in this brief calm, a sense of caution lingered. Circe's warnings had continued beyond the perils already faced, and the next place marked upon the journey held its own unyielding danger. This destination was the island of the sun god, often known in early Greek traditions as Thrinacia. Its identity was tied not to shifting legends or symbolic landscapes, but to the unwavering presence of the cattle of Helios. These sacred animals were more than symbols. They were living embodiments of a divine order, tended by immortal guardians and bound to the dignity of Helios himself. To harm them in any way was to disrupt a cosmic balance. Circe had described this with absolute clarity, urging Odysseus to avoid the island entirely if he wished to protect his men and continue his return home. The sea, however, does not always permit a voyage to follow the path reason prefers. As the ship drifted onward, clouds accumulated on the horizon, forming a slow-moving barricade that darkened the sky. The wind turned erratic, shifting angles abruptly as though uncertain of its own direction. Soon, the waves rose with growing insistence. A storm approached, gathering itself from the breadth of the surrounding waters. Its presence was undeniable. To continue resisting the weather would have been futile, and so Odysseus directed the ship toward the nearest land, Circe's forbidden island. As they neared the shore, the first impression of Thrinacia presented itself through sound. Even above the noise of the storm, the low, steady calls of cattle drifted outward across the water. There was nothing threatening in the sound itself. It was natural, rhythmic, and unforced. Yet beneath it lay an ancient authority that shaped the entire landscape. These animals were not ordinary creatures living in the isolation of a remote island. They were extensions of Helios's own presence in the world. The shoreline offered a safe anchorage, and Odysseus made the decision to land temporarily, hoping the storm would pass quickly. Once ashore, he reminded his men of Circe's warning. No matter how hungry, weary, or desperate they might become, they were not to harm the cattle. The men agreed outwardly, but their exhaustion had accumulated silently over the long journey. Their supply of food was meager, and the weight of previous losses pressed heavily on their spirits. Though Odysseus spoke firmly, he sensed that the struggle ahead would not lie in external forces alone. The storm did not pass. Day turned to night, and the winds continued their relentless movement across the sea. Rain fell in heavy intervals, rendering the sky indistinguishable from the water. Each morning brought neither improvement nor change. For days, Odysseus and his crew remained stranded, unable to push the ship back into the open water. The island provided a measure of safety, but the circumstances of their enforced stay gradually ate away at their resolve. Odysseus held fast to his caution. To strengthen his endurance, he withdrew to a secluded place on the island to pray and seek guidance. There, fatigue overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep. This moment, though necessary for his strength, created a quiet space in which the men could confront their temptations without his influence. Hunger had grown severe. Their remaining provisions were stretched thin, and the natural resources of the island offered little relief. The cattle of Helios grazed nearby in calm, orderly movements. Their presence, fixed and serene, contrasted sharply with the desperation building among the crew. These animals did not flee or resist. They simply continued the routine that had been theirs since mythic time began, guided by divine caretakers who observed all without interference. Eurylochus, one of the senior members of the crew, expressed aloud what many of the others had already begun to consider silently. He reasoned that death from starvation would be a more senseless fate than risking the displeasure of the gods. His argument did not dismiss the seriousness of the act, yet it framed their situation as a crisis that required action rather than passive suffering. In this moment of vulnerability, necessity overpowered caution. The men seized several of the sacred cattle, sacrificing them in the manner of traditional rites, though the action itself violated every boundary that Circe had described. The air shifted subtly as they did so. The island seemed to observe the event with a stillness more profound than any silence. Unseen presences stirred. The divine order had been disrupted, and consequences would follow with the precision of natural law. Odysseus awoke to the scent of roasting meat and the sound of voices raised in strained celebration. His heart sank before he reached the clearing. Though he scolded them in sorrow rather than fury, the act could not be undone. For several days after the sacrifice, the weather changed from storm to unnatural calm. The winds ceased entirely, leaving the sea perfectly motionless. The surface reflected the sky like a sheet of polished stone. The stillness created an unsettling sense of suspension. Nothing progressed. Nothing returned to its proper flow. It was as though the world itself held its breath, waiting for the arrival of divine judgment. At last, when the winds resumed, Odysseus and his men prepared the ship and departed the island. The cattle, those who had been spared, watched with an unbroken quietness, their presence emphasizing the gravity of the unseen reprisal that would soon unfold. As the ship moved outward toward the open sea, the sky darkened once more. Thunder rolled across the heavens with a depth that seemed almost deliberate. Helios had demanded retribution, and Zeus had agreed to execute it. The storm formed with sudden force. Lightning struck the mast, shattering it with a sound like the breaking of ancient timber. Waves rose in towering surges, pushing the ship into motions no human effort could counter. The men clung to the remains of the vessel, but the sea consumed it piece by piece. One by one, the sailors were drawn beneath the water, leaving only Odysseus afloat amid the wreckage. He clung to a fragment of the mast, the last remnant of the ship that had carried him through so many trials. The sea continued its tumult, sweeping away every trace of the vessel and every companion who had shared the long journey from Troy. Thrinacia faded into the distance behind him, its quiet outline barely visible through the storm's shifting veils. In this moment, Odysseus became the sole survivor of the voyage. The punishment of Helios had been complete, and the waters around him held the echoes of a divine order restored. Though he had not taken part in the sacrilege, he bore the weight of its consequences, carried forward alone toward the next unknown shore. The sea gradually calmed, as though the storm had fulfilled its purpose and receded into memory. The horizon expanded once more, and Odysseus drifted with the current, guided not by wind or intention, but by the slow, persistent movement of the world itself. His journey was far from over. New trials awaited, shaped by both fate and the resilience that had carried him through every previous storm. After the punishment decreed by Helios and carried out by Zeus had run its course, the sea settled into a solemn quietness. The storm lost its force slowly, like a great creature withdrawing into the depths, leaving behind a surface marked by long, lingering swells. Fragments of the shattered ship drifted outward in widening circles, carried by the faint tide. Among them, Odysseus remained clinging to a single piece of timber, the last remnant of a vessel that had once borne the hopes, fears, and endurance of an entire crew. Now, alone upon the broad expanse of water, he entered a phase of the journey shaped not by the will of mortals or the machinations of gods, but by the rhythms of the open sea itself. For days, currents pushed him onward with no clear direction, guided by the subtle patterns of the wind. Sunlight rose and fell across the water in long, unchanging cycles. At times, the horizon seemed infinite, a complete circle of blue with no interruption. At others, distant clouds formed shapes that collapsed quietly back into their vapor, leaving behind no sign of land. The sea never ceased moving, yet it revealed nothing. This slow passage, marked by silence and repetition, became its own kind of trial. With no oars to guide him, no sail to catch the wind, and no crew to accompany him, Odysseus drifted at the mercy of forces beyond sight. Food and fresh water were scarce, found only in the scant traces that the sea occasionally offered. Rain, gathering in the hollowness of the wood, provided small amounts of water. A passing current might bring floating debris, shellfish, seaweed, or the remnants of fish. Survival depended on a modest patience, the same steady resolve that had allowed him to endure the illusions of goddesses, the traps of monsters, and the unpredictable nature of storms. Yet drifting alone introduced a new kind of solitude, one that separated him not only from his homeland and companions, but from any sense of direction or purpose. During these days of drifting, time ceased to resemble the structured passage found on land. Moments extended without distinction. The waves rose in continuous patterns, repeating themselves with the same rhythm, yet never becoming predictable. Occasionally, distant birds crossed the sky, but none indicated the nearness of land. Their presence suggested only that life persisted elsewhere, beyond the horizon. As the currents carried him farther from the site of the shipwreck, the color of the water changed. Its blue deepened, shifting into darker tones that suggested greater depths below. The clarity of the surface revealed moments of faint movement, shadows drifting just beneath the waves, traces of creatures inhabiting the unseen parts of the sea. Odysseus observed these without fear. The trials he had faced had taught him to accept the quiet power of the natural world. The sea did not act with malice. It simply carried out its eternal patterns, indifferent to the presence of the traveler floating upon it. One day, after a long stretch of drifting in uninterrupted silence, the wind shifted. This change was subtle at first, barely a difference in temperature or pressure. Then the waves began altering their direction. The currents tightened into a more purposeful flow. A faint scent touched the air, one not born from the sea. It carried the softness of earth, foliage, and blossoms carried from afar. Odysseus raised his gaze to the horizon and saw a shadow beginning to form, a darker shape emerging against the pale sky. As the hours passed, the outline grew more distinct. A coastline revealed itself, an arc of land rising from the sea, framed by cliffs and softened by green forests above. This was no familiar island of the Aegean, nor did it resemble the rocky outposts of earlier parts of the journey. The land seemed secluded, untouched by the world of mortal kingdoms. Its stillness conveyed a sense of isolation that was not harsh but serene, as though it existed outside the ordinary movements of the world. The currents continued to guide Odysseus toward the shore. As he neared the island, he heard the distant sound of waves breaking gently against rocks. The scent of blossoms grew stronger, carrying with it the warmth of the island's interior. The water near the coastline turned clearer, revealing a seabed of bright sand and smooth stone. With the last of his strength, Odysseus released his hold on the drifting timber and swam the remaining distance, allowing the tide to guide him toward the land. Upon reaching the shore, he collapsed onto the sand, feeling its warmth beneath him. The beach formed a gentle crescent, bordered by clusters of trees whose leaves rustled softly in the breeze. The island felt distant from every place he had known, a realm shaped not by the struggles of mortals, but by a timeless tranquility. This was Ogygia, the realm of the nymph Calypso. Ogygia held a beauty marked by stillness rather than grandeur. Its forests grew in serene density, with vines and flowers woven throughout in natural harmony. Streams flowed with clear water, moving through the landscape with gentle murmurs. Birds nested among branches laden with fruit, and the sound of their wings created delicate patterns in the air. The entire island felt like a sanctuary crafted by the slow workings of nature and shaped by divine presence. It was here that Calypso discovered Odysseus. She approached him, not as a threat, but as a guardian of the island's solitude. In Greek tradition, Calypso was a daughter of the Titan Atlas, and her nature reflected the old, quiet power of the world before the Olympian gods rose to dominance. She carried herself with a calm authority, and her presence seemed intertwined with the island itself. Seeing the exhausted traveler on her shore, she recognized the marks of long suffering etched into his expression. She lifted him from the sand and led him inward, offering the nourishment and shelter that her divine realm provided in abundance. Her dwelling, though crafted of natural materials, held an elegance shaped by the rhythms of immortality. Vines climbing its pillars, fragrant cedar burning gently in a hearth, and fresh water flowing through channels carved from stone. In this place, Odysseus's strength gradually returned. Food restored his body, rest eased his weariness, and the constant silence of Ogygia softened the turmoil that had followed him across the sea. The island offered a reprieve unlike any he had encountered before. The trials of monsters, storms, and divine hostility seemed distant here. For the first time in a long while, time extended without urgency. Days passed with the regularity of the sun, and the land remained unchanged. Yet beneath the calm surface, a tension lingered. The tranquility of Ogygia was complete, but for a mortal who longed for home, such stillness could become its own form of captivity. Calypso's presence, though kind, carried with it the weight of a divine. Will that shaped the boundaries of the island. Odysseus rested in her realm, but his journey remained unresolved. As the days flowed into one another, Ogygia became both sanctuary and pause, a place where the world held its breath, allowing time to ripple gently around a traveler whose story was not yet finished. The sea had brought him to this quiet shore for reasons he could not yet perceive, and here, on this remote island, the next chapter of his long odyssey would unfold. In the sheltered stillness of Ogygia, time unfolded with a rhythm unlike that of the mortal world. Days drifted by with gentle regularity, shaped by soft breezes, the unbroken calm of the surrounding sea, and the quiet abundance of the island. After the long trials of the journey, storms, shipwreck, loss, and the exhaustive weight of solitude, the island's serenity wrapped itself around Odysseus like a restorative tide. Yet beneath this calm surface lay a deeper tension, one that rose slowly over the years he spent in the company of Calypso. Ogygia existed outside the turbulence of mortal realms. Its landscape held a kind of suspended beauty, forests dense with fragrant cedar, meadows blanketed with violet blooms, and streams that moved through the earth with a quiet, almost contemplative flow. The air remained warm throughout the year, untouched by harsh seasons or sudden storms. Birds circled through the branches of ancient trees and sang with unhurried voices. The sea around the island shimmered with a steady brightness, its gentle surface reflecting both dawn and dusk with equal stillness. Calypso's dwelling blended seamlessly into this natural harmony. It was carved from stone softened by vines and surrounded by groves of ever-blooming flowers. Inside, the space was filled with fragrant wood, polished by centuries of careful tending. The nymph herself carried an aura shaped by her lineage and the timelessness of her environment. As a daughter of Atlas, she reflected the old power of the world, quiet, enduring, and deeply rooted in the solitude of her island. From the moment she found Odysseus on the shore, Calypso tended to him with unwavering care. She provided food drawn from the island's abundant resources, ripe fruits, fresh water, and meals prepared from grains and herbs grown nearby. Although her hospitality was never harsh or demanding, it carried with it a subtle permanence. Ogygia was a place where mortals could remain indefinitely, preserved in comfort and removed from the demands of fate. In this sense, Calypso's kindness had a weight that Odysseus sensed even in his earliest days on the island. As his strength returned, the shock of survival gradually softened. His body healed from exhaustion, and his mind drifted into a rare stillness. For a time, rest became his only task. Days passed without urgency. Odysseus wandered through the meadows, sat beside the flowing springs, and walked the length of the quiet coastline. Calypso's presence accompanied him occasionally, never intruding, yet always nearby. When she spoke, her voice carried the calmness of the island itself, shaped by centuries of solitude and self-sufficiency. Yet even within this gentle peace, Odysseus felt the pull of an unresolved longing. The memory of Ithaca, though distant, remained anchored within him. Its hills, its rocky shoreline, its olive groves. These images persisted no matter how tranquil Ogygia appeared. The thought of Penelope, steadfast in her endurance, rose in moments of reflection. The image of Telemachus, now a grown man navigating the challenges of a kingdom without its king, lingered in his thoughts. These memories were not urgent or sharp, but steady, quiet reminders of a life to which he still belonged. Calypso, perceptive and attuned to the inner workings of his spirit, recognized this longing. She spoke to him with patience, offering the comforts of immortality as a counterbalance to the burdens of mortal responsibility. In ancient traditions, her offer was described as generous beyond measure. She would grant Odysseus eternal youth, preserving him from the decay of age and the suffering of human life. He could remain on the island with her, living in an unchanging world of peace. To many, such a gift might have seemed irresistible. Yet Odysseus felt the weight of immortality as a kind of stillness that conflicted with his identity. He was a man shaped by movement, by the complexities of human experience, by the pulse of a homeland that depended on him not for grandeur, but for continuity. Though Calypso's offer held beauty, it also held a quiet permanence that could erase the life he had built. The tension between these two worlds, the immortal sanctuary of Ogygia and the mortal duties of Ithaca, defined the years he spent on the island. The days were gentle, filled with the island's steady rhythms. Yet the nights grew heavy with reflection. Sitting upon the smooth stones overlooking the sea, Odysseus watched the horizon where the sun descended each evening, casting a golden path across the water that seemed to reach toward distant lands he could not see. In those moments, the calm of Ogygia felt both soothing and isolating. Despite this conflict, the island nurtured him. The solitude allowed him to regain strength he had not realized he had lost. The quiet days carried him far from the constant resistance that had defined the earlier chapters of his voyage. His body healed from the injuries of storms and hunger. His mind, too, recovered from the turmoil of loss and danger, yet healing did not replace longing. Instead, it gave him the clarity to see the depth of it. Years passed in this equilibrium, neither suffering nor fulfilled, neither trapped nor free. Calypso, aware of his unspoken resistance, did not force him to choose. Her island was a space where time lingered without dissolving. Each morning mirrored the one before, and the horizon remained constant. The sea, in its unbroken calm, offered no pathway home. At times, Odysseus attempted to set aside his longing. He allowed himself to walk the island's paths without a sense of mourning. He observed the movement of the birds, the growth of the flowers, and the quiet patterns of the streams. The island's beauty was undeniable, and its peace undeniable. But peace, in excess, became a reminder of the world he had left behind. One of the unique qualities of Ogygia was its isolation not only from mortal realms, but from the attentions of most gods as well. Though divine in origin, the island did not lie on the typical routes travelled by deities or heroes. This separation allowed time to accumulate without interruption. Years on Ogygia passed without record, forming a long, gentle stretch of existence that stood apart from the broader movements of Greek myth. Yet fate, in Greek tradition, reaches even the most remote places. As the years progressed, signs began to appear, subtle in nature, yet unmistakable to someone who had navigated the world's shifting paths. The winds shifted occasionally in ways that suggested distant activity. The sea, though still calm, carried faint patterns that hinted at the presence of powers beyond the island's borders. Odysseus sensed that the world beyond Ogygia had not forgotten him. Ithaca, his companions, and his destiny still existed, even though he remained separated from them by vast distances and divine boundaries. The longing within him did not fade. Instead, it grew into a quiet certainty. The journey was not finished. Calypso, watching him with a depth of understanding shaped by her immortality, recognized that her hospitality could not replace the ties of mortal life. The years they shared did not erase the truth of his origins. Though she cared for him and offered a kind of eternity, she also perceived the inevitability of his departure. Thus, the long stay on Ogygia became a passage not defined by dramatic events or heroic feats, but by endurance, an endurance of longing, of memory, and of the quiet strength required to carry the weight of both sanctuary and captivity. The island had offered him healing, but it could not offer him home. In the stillness of Ogygia, the next phase of his destiny began to stir, preparing to draw him away from this serene refuge and back onto the path shaped by the world beyond the horizon. The quiet years on Ogygia unfolded with such measured stillness that they seemed untouched by the movements of the wider world. Yet, far beyond the island's borders, the story of Odysseus continued to stir in the minds of gods and mortals alike. The halls of Olympus, unlike the secluded groves of Calypso's realm, remained alive with shifting intentions, disputes, and the delicate balance of divine affairs. It was there, not on the gentle shores of Ogygia, that the next turning point in Odysseus's long journey began to form. On Olympus, the passing years had not diminished Odysseus's significance. His fate had always been closely tied to the designs of Athena, who valued the clarity of his mind, the steadiness of his judgment, and the tempered resilience he carried through every trial. Though she had watched from afar during his prolonged captivity, her concern did not wane. She observed Ithaca in his absence, Penelope maintaining her household with unwavering patience, Telemachus growing into adulthood beneath the shadow of uncertainty, and the kingdom itself straining under the pressures of intrusive suitors who sought to claim the throne. These scenes unfolded in quiet contrast to Odysseus's still existence on Ogygia. In time, Athena pressed the matter among the gods. Her voice, shaped by reason and foresight, drew attention to the imbalance that Odysseus's prolonged absence created. His journey, begun not by choice, but by the circumstances of larger conflicts, still demanded completion. While immortals existed beyond the reach of time's urgency, the world of mortals continued its unceasing progression. Ithaca needed its king. Penelope's endurance, though great, could not remain unchallenged indefinitely. And Telemachus, poised between youth and leadership, required the guidance only his father could provide. Zeus, the arbiter of divine order, listened with measured calm. Though the Olympian ruler often allowed events in the mortal world to unfold naturally, he recognized that Odysseus's long wandering had reached a point where intervention aligned with the broader harmony of fate. The gods did not move hastily, yet there was an underlying structure to the world that demanded certain narratives reach completion. The time had come for Odysseus to leave Ogygia. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, swift, perceptive, and accustomed to crossing the boundaries between realms, was chosen to carry this decree. His descent from Olympus followed the familiar path of wind and light, moving across the sky until the tranquil outline of Ogygia rose before him. As he approached, the island's timeless calm seemed to absorb the brightness of his presence, softening it without diminishing it. Calypso sensed the arrival of a divine visitor before Hermes reached her dwelling. Though her island remained isolated, the essence of immortality that surrounded her allowed her to perceive such changes instantly. She met Hermes with a composure shaped by centuries of solitude, yet beneath her calm exterior lay the unspoken understanding that the arrival of a messenger from Olympus seldom came without consequence. Hermes conveyed Zeus's decree with clarity. Odysseus must be released. His destiny was not to remain on Ogygia, but to continue the path that would eventually lead him home. Calypso listened in silence, absorbing each word. Her connection to the traveler had grown over the years, not through force, but through a steady coexistence. She had offered him immortality, companionship, and sanctuary, gifts beyond mortal measure. To lose him was to reopen the solitude that had defined her existence for ages before his arrival. Yet Calypso, though grieved, did not resist the decree. In Greek tradition, divine commands formed part of the world's structure. Even immortal beings bound to ancient powers recognized the necessity of yielding to decisions made by Zeus. Her acceptance was not a sign of weakness, but an acknowledgement of the greater flow of fate. The island remained serene, but the moment marked a quiet turning point. When she approached Odysseus with the news, she did so with the measured grace that had defined her presence throughout his stay. She spoke not in anger, but in calm explanation, revealing the instructions she had received. Odysseus listened with a mixture of relief and gratitude, tempered by compassion for the nymph who had sheltered him. His desire to return to Ithaca had never faded, yet he had also recognized the generosity Calypso had shown during his years on the island. The time spent in Ogygia had healed him, even as it intensified his longing for home. Calypso led him to a sheltered part of the island, where trees grew in tall, straight lines along the inland slopes. These were the trees destined for the construction of his raft. Together, they walked among them, Calypso guiding him with a quiet dignity, Odysseus observing the natural resources that would become the vessel of his departure. Though technically a mortal, He possessed skill in craftsmanship, a talent woven into his character long before the war at Troy. The building of the raft became his next task, marking the first active step he had taken in many years toward returning to his homeland. Under Calypso's guidance, Odysseus felled trees with controlled precision. Their trunks were smooth and steady, suited for a seaworthy craft. Once he had cut the necessary timber, he shaped the logs with tools provided by the nymph, smoothing their surfaces and fitting them together with deliberate patience. Calypso offered materials for binding, waterproofing, and shaping the raft's design. Though the vessel would be simple, it would be sturdy enough to withstand the open sea for as long as the goddesses permitted. The days of construction unfolded quietly. The island's calm carried through each step, and the time spent shaping the raft became a meditative transition between the stillness of Ogygia and the uncertainties that awaited beyond the horizon. Calypso watched without interfering, offering assistance where needed, but allowing him to work freely. Her acceptance of his departure, though difficult, reflected her enduring strength. When the raft was completed, Odysseus prepared provisions, water stored in wooden vessels, food preserved carefully, and garments suitable for the sea winds. Calypso guided him to a sheltered cove where the waters lay calm and shallow. There, the raft rested on the shoreline, awaiting the tide that would carry it outward. The moment of departure approached with a quiet gravity, shaped not by dramatic farewells, but by the recognition of destiny returning to its rightful flow. Before he set out, Calypso offered him a final gift, an assurance of fair winds. As a divine being, she could influence the elements that surrounded her island, and she did so gently, guiding the air to support his journey. The sea, calm and expansive, reflected both sky and island as Odysseus stepped onto the raft he had crafted with his own hands. The tide lifted the vessel with slow, steady motion. The island of Ogygia, with its meadows, forests, and streams, began to recede behind him. The melodies of birds and the soft rustle of leaves faded into the distance. The horizon opened wide, marked by shifting layers of blue that blended sky and water into a single expanse. Though Odysseus carried no bitterness, the moment held a deep solemnity. Ogygia had been a place of healing, a pause in the turbulence of his long journey. Yet the quiet sanctuary had also served as a reminder of the world he had left behind. Now, guided by the will of the gods and the strength of his own determination, he returned once more to the path that would lead him toward home. The raft moved steadily into the open sea, propelled by the gentle winds Calypso had granted. Behind him, the island remained visible for a long while, a distant shape softened by haze, before eventually fading into the vastness of the horizon. Ahead lay new trials, shaped by divine forces and the unpredictable nature of the ocean. But the movement forward, after years of stillness, marked a profound shift. Odysseus was again a traveler. The world awaited his return. The passage from Scheria back to Ithaca stands as one of the quietest turning points in the long arc of Odysseus's story. After years of storms, captivity, warfare, wandering, and divine intervention, the final leg of his journey unfolds in a profound stillness. This stillness is important. It marks the end of one kind of life and the beginning of another, one shaped not by adventure, but by restoration. In the traditions surrounding Odysseus, this moment of serene transportation by the Phaeacians is often interpreted as symbolic of a hero's transition from ordeal into homecoming, a crossing between states of existence, accomplished not through his own striving, but through the gentle guidance of others. The Phaeacians, renowned in ancient Greek imagination as masters of seafaring, set Odysseus upon one of their sleek ships. These vessels were said to respond almost intuitively to the will of the helmsman, requiring little physical effort, yet capable of astonishing speed. They embodied a blend of human craftsmanship and divine favor, the sort of maritime excellence that linked mortals with the realms beyond. That Odysseus should complete his epic travels through such a medium lends further symbolic weight to the moment. He had fought the sea, survived the sea, been reshaped by the sea, and now the sea delivered him gently home. The voyage itself is frequently described as peaceful, even dreamlike. Odysseus, exhausted in body and mind, falls into a deep sleep. There is an unusual quality to this sleep, closer to a ritual passage than ordinary rest. Some interpreters of the Homeric tradition consider it a metaphor for death and rebirth in the spiritual sense. The hero lying down at the end of suffering and rising again upon the threshold of his homeland. Others emphasize the trust implicit in this moment. After years spent doubting strangers, resisting temptations, and navigating hostility, Odysseus allows himself to be carried without fear. His final approach to Ithaca thus becomes an act of surrender, a recognition that not all progress comes through effort, that some journeys conclude when one releases control and accepts what is given. The Phaeacian ship glides across the surface of the sea with remarkable quiet. The waters, once wild and violent under Poseidon's wrath, now lie calm. Even the winds seem to withdraw, as though the natural world understands the significance of this homecoming and chooses not to disturb it. The horizon stretches across a subdued sky, touched by the faint blush of dawn or the lingering blue of twilight, depending on the version one imagines. The serenity of this image holds an enduring place in the collective imagination of myth. A solitary hero sleeping aboard a silently moving vessel, carried toward the place where his story began. As the coastline of Ithaca emerges from the distance, the Phaeacians show the same respect and discretion that defined their hospitality. They do not wake Odysseus immediately. Instead, they guide their ship into the sheltered harbour, known in various traditions as a peaceful inlet surrounded by cliffs and forests. The island's natural contours create a sense of seclusion, offering a soft landing for someone who has endured so much. The Phaeacians, mindful of their role as facilitators rather than participants in the next phase of events, lift Odysseus from the ship and lay him gently upon the shore. Alongside him, they place the treasures they have gifted him: bronze, gold, fine fabric, and other goods that signify both their generosity and their recognition of his struggles. These treasures serve a dual role. On one level, they represent material wealth. On another, they stand as symbols of restored status. Odysseus departed Ithaca years earlier as a king, a leader respected for his wit and strategic mind. He returns bearing objects that affirm his identity, not as a wanderer stripped of everything, but as a ruler equipped once more for the responsibilities he will soon reclaim. In some accounts, the Phaeacians depart without ceremony, sliding their ship back into the water and vanishing into the horizon. Their presence in Odysseus's narrative ends as quietly as it entered. This understated conclusion reflects the nature of their involvement. They are transitional figures, guides situated between worlds. Their final act, however, sparks one last moment of tension in Odysseus's story. Poseidon, still resentful, punishes them by turning their returning ship into stone or encircling their harbour with mountains. Stories vary, but this divine retribution falls outside Odysseus's sphere. His journey, at last, is no longer at the mercy of storms or gods. When Odysseus wakes, the transformation of his circumstances is striking. He opens his eyes, not to the polished halls of Scheria, nor the raw cliffs of distant lands, but to the soil of his own home. Yet the moment is not immediately triumphant. His years away have created a distance between memory and reality, between the Ithaca he carried in his mind and the Ithaca before him now. The landscape is familiar, yet altered by time. Trees grown taller, paths shifted, the quiet heaviness of neglect settling over places once filled with life. Odysseus's first reaction is caution. He has learned through hardship that appearance can deceive, and so he examines his surroundings carefully. The harbour is peaceful, the sand cool, the air carrying the subtle scent of olive trees and distant pastures. But no voices greet him, no footsteps approach. The absence of immediate recognition reinforces the sense that he stands at the edge of a long-neglected identity, one he must now reclaim. Within the broader traditions of Greek mythology, this moment of recognition and disorientation holds significant thematic weight. Heroes rarely return from great trials unchanged. Their homecoming must involve not only physical return, but reintegration, a process often portrayed as challenging and uncertain. Odysseus's awakening on the shore underscores this idea. He has reached Ithaca, but Ithaca is no longer a static place awaiting his return. It is a living kingdom affected by his absence, shaped by its own struggles and in need of restoration. The harbour itself becomes a symbolic threshold. To one side lies the sea, the arena of chaos, tests and transformation. To the other lies Ithaca, the realm of duty, family and renewal. Odysseus stands at the intersection, poised between the life he endured and the life he must rebuild. The calmness of this moment invites contemplation rather than celebration. It marks the end of a winding path, but not the end of his responsibilities. As he gathers his gifts and takes in the contours of the land, a sense of purpose begins to return. The long-awaited homecoming has arrived, not with fanfare, but with tranquility, the sort of tranquility that allows a weary traveller to breathe deeply and take stock of how far he has come. The stillness of the morning, the unbroken rhythm of waves, and the steady presence of the island around him create an atmosphere of profound acceptance. Odysseus has returned. Yet the story is not over. His kingdom waits, his household waits, and the final acts of his journey, acts grounded not in wandering, but in restoration, are soon to unfold. After the quiet awakening on the shore, Odysseus stands at the threshold of his homeland, surrounded by familiar yet uncertain terrain. The Ithaca that lies before him is the same island he once ruled, but the long passage of years, combined with his own transformations through hardship and endurance, creates a subtle veil between his memories and the present moment. This delicate boundary is an essential part of his return, for even though his feet rest upon the soil of Ithaca, the journey of reintegration has only begun. Traditions of the Odyssey emphasize that in this moment of disorientation, the divine presence of Athena becomes particularly important. Throughout Odysseus's story, she has acted not as a constant companion, but as a guiding force whose interventions occur at pivotal moments. Her bond with him is not casual or sentimental. Rather, it reflects a deep alignment of character. She is the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and subtle intellect, all traits Odysseus embodies to a degree unmatched among mortals. When he stands alone on the shore of his long-awaited home, Athena chooses to reveal herself once more, stepping into the narrative with her characteristic blend of measured purpose and discreet assistance. In the Homeric tradition, Athena often appears in disguise, not out of deception for its own sake, but to shape events with precision. Here, too, she adopts the form of a shepherd, approaching Odysseus with a gentle calm suited to the quiet landscape. Her presence, though veiled, brings clarity. She confirms that the land beneath his feet is indeed Ithaca, a reassurance that pierces the haze of doubt. Though Odysseus is relieved, he does not respond with immediate trust. His long years of wandering have trained him to greet every encounter with caution. Even at home, he is reluctant to share his identity openly, for he understands that danger may linger where he least expects it. Athena responds not with reprimand, but with approval. His restraint, his instinct for careful assessment, and his refusal to reveal himself prematurely mirror her own values. This alignment reaffirms their connection. The goddess then dispels the mist that has concealed the landmarks around him. As the haze lifts, the contours of Ithaca emerge with renewed clarity. The curving shoreline, the slopes of Mount Neriton, the distant groves of olive trees, and the rugged paths winding inland. These features, both ancient and enduring, help anchor him once more in the reality of his home. Yet recognition alone is not enough. Athena turns his attention toward the state of his household, for the true test of his return lies not in the final steps of his physical journey, but in the restoration of his kingdom and family. She informs him of the suitors who have invaded his halls, consuming his resources, disrespecting his name, and pressuring Penelope to choose a new husband. Their presence has become a symbol of disorder, an erosion of loyalty and structure within the realm he once guarded. For Odysseus, hearing of this situation is not a shock. He had long suspected turmoil might await him. But the confirmation from Athena gives the situation weight and urgency. His homecoming will not be one of simple reunion. It will require careful planning, endurance, and a strategic mind capable of navigating both danger and surprise. Athena, recognizing these challenges, alters his appearance. She touches him with her divine hand, transforming him into an elderly beggar. His skin becomes weathered, his clothing tattered, his stature slightly stooped. This disguise serves multiple purposes. It protects him from recognition by the suitors, prevents premature confrontation, and allows him to observe the state of his kingdom without revealing his identity. The transformation reflects a deeper motif often present in Greek myth, the concept that wisdom sometimes works through concealment, and that truth is best revealed gradually rather than all at once. Odysseus accepts the disguise with thoughtful calm. To modern readers, this may seem an unnecessary hardship after so many years of struggle. Yet, within the context of ancient Greek narratives, disguise is a powerful tool. It allows heroes to test loyalty, discern character, and approach complex situations with patience rather than force. Odysseus does not view the transformation as humiliation. Instead, he sees it as a strategy, a means to navigate a dangerous environment with clarity. Once disguised, Odysseus begins his movement inland. he travels along quiet paths lined with olive trees, the symbol of Athena herself, their leaves shimmering softly in the filtered light. These trees, long associated with strength, endurance, and peaceful prosperity, accompany him as silent guardians. The journey across Ithaca is slow and reflective. After years spent traversing distant lands filled with strange customs, supernatural beings, and unpredictable dangers, the familiar terrain offers comfort, but also a reminder of the responsibilities awaiting him. As he walks, the island unfolds around him. He passes stony ridges, terraced fields, and rugged slopes shaped by centuries of human cultivation and natural growth. The air carries the scent of herbs and earth, the sounds of distant shepherds and grazing livestock rising and falling with the breeze. Though Ithaca has suffered from mismanagement and disorder in his absence, it remains a place of quiet beauty, one that holds the memory of his lineage and the foundation of his future. Eventually, he arrives at the hut of Eumaeus, his loyal swineherd. In the traditions preserved through the Odyssey, Eumaeus stands as one of the most emblematic figures of faithfulness and hospitality. Though Odysseus remains concealed behind his disguise, Eumaeus's actions foreshadow the stability and integrity still present within the kingdom. The meeting between them marks the beginning of Odysseus's gradual re-entry into his former life. Before entering the hut, Odysseus pauses for a moment. The journey, though nearing its final stages, still carries the weight of uncertainty. The challenges ahead require not physical strength alone, but emotional steadiness and intellectual clarity. His long experiences, through battles, storms, mythical lands, and divine encounters, have prepared him for this phase. Yet the transition from wanderer to king demands a different kind of strength, one rooted in patience and discernment. Athena's guidance, subtle yet decisive, continues in the background. She does not dictate every action, nor does she accompany him openly. Instead, she reaffirms the idea that divine support often manifests through insight, resilience, and strategic thinking, rather than constant intervention. Odysseus must act, but he is not alone. In this quiet convergence of divine wisdom and human perseverance, Ithaca begins to become truly recognizable again, not merely as a physical location, but as the restored center of Odysseus's identity. When Odysseus reaches the threshold of the swineherd's dwelling, he pauses in the stillness, allowing the gentle rhythms of the place to settle around him. The hut stands in the muted light of late day, built with practical skill rather than ornament, surrounded by the natural textures of Ithacan life, rough timber, woven fences, and the soft murmuring of grazing animals. This setting holds a sense of continuity that contrasts with the long years of Odysseus's wandering. The hut remains humble, yet steady, a reflection of the person who tends it. Within these simple surroundings, the next stage of his homecoming begins. Eumaeus, the swineherd, is among the most faithful figures in the Homeric tradition. While many in Ithaca have grown uncertain or weary under the prolonged absence of their king, Eumaeus maintains loyalty shaped by years of service and a deep sense of personal duty. He has managed the livestock with care, guarded what remains of Odysseus's household resources, and continuously honored the memory of the absent king. Though unaware of Odysseus's disguised presence, Eumaeus embodies a stability that has endured despite the disorder consuming the palace. When Odysseus approaches in the guise of an elderly beggar, Eumaeus greets him with respectful hospitality. The gesture aligns with the ancient Greek custom of xenia, ritualized hospitality extended to strangers and travelers. Though Odysseus is unrecognizable, Eumaeus does not withhold kindness. Instead, he welcomes the disguised figure into his dwelling, offering food, warmth, and rest. The exchange is gentle and ordinary, devoid of dramatic recognition. Yet beneath its simplicity lies a profound element of restoration. Odysseus begins reconnecting with his homeland through the quiet virtue of a loyal servant. Inside the hut, Odysseus observes without revealing anything of himself. His long voyage has taught him the importance of careful listening and measured patience. He listens to Eumaeus describe the hardships that have fallen upon the household, the reckless behavior of the suitors, and the sorrow that lingers in Penelope's days. The swineherd speaks with the steady voice of a man who has witnessed decline, yet remains steadfast in the face of it. His words carry a tone of endurance, shaped not by despair, but by commitment. For Odysseus, hearing this fidelity brings a muted inward sense of reassurance. Though his kingdom has suffered, it has not been abandoned by all. The conversation also extends to Ithaca's political atmosphere. Eumaeus recounts how the suitors have taken advantage of Odysseus's absence, consuming livestock, feasting lavishly, and behaving as though the royal household were theirs to inhabit freely. He explains that Telemachus, though courageous, faces constant pressure and danger. The young prince's attempts to assert authority have been met with hostility from men who hope to seize power through Penelope's remarriage. These details shape Odysseus's understanding of the challenges he must confront in the final stage of his journey. Despite the gravity of the situation, the atmosphere remains soft, marked by the gentle cadence of daily life in the countryside. Eumaeus continues his tasks, tending the fire, arranging food, and preparing bedding. The swineherd's routine movements provide a grounding sense of rhythm. In this setting, Odysseus experiences a brief moment of peace, sheltered from the turmoil awaiting him at the palace. The rhythm of domestic life, the scent of smoke from the hearth, and the presence of a loyal servant all connect him to the life he once knew. While Eumaeus does not recognize Odysseus, his words reveal a deep affection for the absent king. He speaks of Odysseus with reverence, recalling his fairness, his wisdom, and the respect he commanded among the people. The memories are offered not to impress his guest, but because they remain a central part of his identity. For Odysseus, hearing these descriptions of himself through another's eyes is a quiet affirmation of his own legacy. Long years of wandering might have challenged his sense of self, but in the hut of Eumaeus, the echoes of his past remain intact. The narrative tradition emphasizes that Eumaeus has suffered hardships of his own. Born into nobility before being kidnapped in childhood, sold into slavery, and eventually raised within the household of Odysseus's father, he has known both displacement and belonging. His story mirrors Odysseus's own in unexpected ways. Both have been shaped by movement, loss, and endurance. This parallel deepens the significance of their reunion, even if recognition remains concealed behind Athena's disguise. Throughout their interaction, Athena remains subtly present in the background. In the larger structure of the narrative, her guidance ensures that events unfold with careful alignment. She does not appear openly at this moment, but her earlier decision to disguise Odysseus allows him to observe the loyalty of his household, without revealing too much too soon. This concealment protects him, but it also gives him space to reflect on the state of his kingdom through unfiltered observation. As evening settles around the hut, the firelight softens the interior space, casting slow-moving shadows across the walls. The animals settle into quiet rest outside, and the sounds of the highland winds weave through the rugged landscape. Odysseus, still in disguise, remains contemplative. He is aware that this peaceful moment stands in contrast to the confrontation awaiting him in the palace. Yet the calm setting strengthens him, grounding him before the decisive steps to come. The next significant development in this chapter of the journey arrives with news concerning Telemachus. Eumaeus reveals that the young prince has travelled abroad in search of information about his father. The act itself demonstrates Telemachus's growth and initiative. No longer a passive figure overshadowed by the suitor's dominance, he has stepped into the world with a desire to seek truth and restore order. For Odysseus, this news carries both pride and concern. The dangers facing his son are real, yet the journey reflects the passing of legacy from father to son. The traditions describe how Eumaeus expresses hope for Telemachus's safe return, emphasizing the young man's kindness and courage. His affection for Telemachus is sincere, shaped by years of caretaking and companionship. Odysseus listens to these reflections with quiet depth. Though he cannot yet reveal himself, he begins to understand how his absence has shaped those closest to him. The evening draws onward, and Eumaeus continues offering hospitality, ensuring the disguised traveller has food and rest. The respect with which he treats his unknown guest reflects both his adherence to sacred custom and his personal character. In the wider context of the Odyssey, such moments emphasize the importance of loyalty and morality, even in times of uncertainty. They show that not all virtues fade in the absence of leadership. Some endure quietly, upheld by individuals who act with integrity, even when no recognition is expected. As night deepens, Odysseus rests on the bedding provided, reflecting on the journey that brought him here. The familiarity of Ithaca surrounds him, yet the weight of the impending tasks tempers any sense of relaxation. The hut becomes a transitional space, a gentle refuge before the final movement of his story begins. Though he sleeps in disguise, the ground beneath him is the same soil he knew in youth, the same island shaped by memory and responsibility. This chapter closes with a sense of calm anticipation. Odysseus has re-entered his homeland, not as a triumphant king, but as an observer, gathering knowledge, assessing the landscape, and renewing his connection to those who remained faithful. The presence of Eumaeus offers reassurance that loyalty still anchors Ithaca, even in its troubled times. Within the quiet walls of the swineherd's dwelling, the long arc of Odysseus's story begins to curve toward its resolution. The quiet world of the swineherd's dwelling moves through its gentle rhythms as Odysseus remains in disguise, watching the familiar patterns of Ithaca unfold around him. The island breathes with a calm he has not known in many years, yet the serenity is tempered by the knowledge that disorder still lingers in the halls of his home. In this sheltered corner of the countryside, he waits, listening to Eumaeus's steady reflections and gathering the final pieces of understanding that he will need before confronting the suitors. The time for action is drawing nearer, but it approaches not with haste, only with inevitability, like a tide quietly advancing toward the shore. While Odysseus settles into this hidden refuge, events beyond the hut continue to shift. Telemachus, returning from his journey across the Greek world, sails back toward Ithaca with renewed determination. His voyage has given him a clearer sense of identity, strengthened by the hospitality of Pylos, the wisdom of Sparta, and the shared memories of those who once knew Odysseus. Though he has not found definitive proof of his father's fate, he returns with greater confidence and an understanding of the responsibilities that await him. As he approaches the island, he also carries the warning that danger follows him. The suitors, threatened by his growing resolve, have prepared an ambush, hoping to remove him as an obstacle. Athena, still guiding events from a distance, intervenes to ensure Telemachus's safe return. Through her counsel, he takes a route that allows him to evade the suitors' ships, slipping quietly through hidden paths along the coastline. This moment of near danger reflects the larger theme of the Odyssey, that the return of order often moves along narrow edges shaped by care, foresight, and divine guidance rather than force alone. As Telemachus travels inland, the world of Ithaca shifts gently toward reunion. Back at the swineherd's hut, Eumaeus continues his daily tasks with the unhurried precision of a man accustomed to a life of careful labor. Odysseus observes him closely. For years, he has encountered figures whose loyalty shifted with circumstance. Yet here, he sees a steadiness untouched by self-interest. The atmosphere remains deeply peaceful, shaped by the crackling of the fire, the movements of livestock outside, and the slow passage of time in the rural landscape. This serenity only deepens the contrast with the turmoil that has overtaken the palace. When Telemachus finally arrives at the outskirts of Eumaeus's dwelling, the meeting carries a quiet significance. Eumaeus welcomes him as one welcomes a beloved son, embracing him with genuine warmth. His relief is palpable, for he had feared the dangers of the young prince's journey. He brings Telemachus into the hut, offering food and shelter with the same unwavering hospitality he has shown to the disguised Odysseus. The space, once occupied only by the swineherd and his unknown guest, now becomes the setting for the first step of a long-awaited reunion. Telemachus does not recognize the man sitting near the hearth. To him, Odysseus appears as an elderly beggar, dressed in worn clothing and leaning upon a simple staff. The prince treats him with respect, offering a place to sit and ensuring he has what he needs. Though Odysseus remains outwardly calm, the moment carries a quiet weight. After years of imagining his son only through memory, he now sees him grown, shaped by absence, yet steady in character. The reunion is not yet revealed, but the presence of father and son beneath the same roof marks a significant turning point in the long arc of Odysseus's journey. Eumaeus steps outside to tend to his duties, leaving the two alone within the simple dwelling. In this quiet moment, Odysseus remains careful. He does not speak impulsively or hint at his identity. The long discipline of his wanderings has shaped his instinct for caution. He understands that recognition must unfold with precision, guided by Athena's timing and the needs of the moment. For now, he observes Telemachus's bearing, taking the measure of the young man who will one day inherit the responsibilities of Ithaca. The conversation between them flows with gentle restraint. Telemachus shares news of his journey and the current state of the palace, describing the suitors' hostility and the political challenges facing the kingdom. He speaks with a mixture of resolve and weariness, reflecting the burdens placed upon him at a young age. His words reveal a deep concern for his mother's safety and a quiet hope for his father's return, even as he struggles to accept the possibility that Odysseus may no longer be alive. Listening to this, Odysseus feels the slow, inward movement of recognition, not yet revealed to the world, but fully present within himself. He sees in Telemachus a reflection of his own qualities: caution balanced with courage, thoughtfulness shaped by necessity, and a steady resilience forged through difficulty. The moment is deeply human, grounded not in dramatic revelation, but in the calm observation of a father seeing his son as he has become. When Eumaeus returns, he suggests that Telemachus rest before returning to the palace. The young prince, however, begins preparing for the path ahead. He explains that he must go back to confront the suitors, though he knows the danger is great. His sense of duty outweighs his fear. Odysseus listens with attentive calm, assessing the challenges his son faces and the gravity of the decisions that must be made. It is at this point that Athena intervenes again. Appearing outside the hut, invisible to the others, she signals to Odysseus that the time for concealment between father and son has come to an end. Her guidance has always been subtle, unfolding in measured steps, and now she chooses the moment when reunion will serve not emotion alone, but strategic necessity. Her presence surrounds Odysseus with divine reassurance, giving him the confidence to reveal the truth. Inside the hut, she lifts the disguise from Odysseus. His clothing changes, his stooped posture straightens, and the signs of age fall away. The transformation is quiet, almost like the gradual clearing of mist from a familiar landscape. When Telemachus turns, he sees a figure that resembles the father of his childhood memories, yet carries the marks of long travel and hardship. The recognition is not depicted as sudden shock in the Homeric tradition, but as a moment that blends awe, disbelief, and a deep emotional undercurrent. Telemachus questions the vision before him, unsure whether he is seeing a mortal or witnessing the influence of a god. Odysseus responds calmly, not asserting authority, but offering clarity. He explains that he has returned after years of wandering, aided by the guidance of Athena, and that the time has come to reclaim their household from the suitors. In this quiet revelation, father and son stand together, not as a dramatic spectacle, but as a measured convergence of two paths long, separated by time and circumstance. The significance of this moment lies not in outward display, but in alignment. The two share the same space, the same purpose, and the same quiet determination. Their reunion forms the foundation upon which the restoration of Ithaca will be built, shaped not by sudden force, but by deliberate planning and the steady unfolding of events. As the chapter closes, the hut of Eumaeus holds a new atmosphere. The three figures within it, Odysseus, Telemachus, and the loyal swineherd, represent the reawakening of the household's strength. The first steps toward reclaiming the kingdom have begun, carried not by haste, but by calm resolve and the quiet assurance that the long journey is drawing toward its final movement. The reunion of Odysseus and Telemachus settles into the stillness of the swineherd's hut, creating a moment that feels both intimate and monumental. The two figures, long separated by war, wandering, and uncertainty, now stand together in the soft light of dawn. Their presence in the same space marks the beginning of the final passage in Odysseus's long arc of return. Yet even in this significant moment, the tone remains quiet, shaped not by celebration or proclamation, but by the steady realization that the work before them requires patience, clarity, and careful preparation. The truth of Odysseus's identity brings a new atmosphere to the hut. Telemachus, still absorbing the transformation he has witnessed, moves between wonder and reflection. Odysseus observes him with measured calm. The young man's growth, shaped by absence and necessity, has prepared him for the tasks ahead. Their reunion is not only emotional, but strategic, for father and son must now align themselves against the suitors who have entrenched their power within the palace. Eumaeus, returning from his morning duties, finds the two standing together in their restored forms. Though the revelation does not yet extend to him, the tradition holds that he remains unaware until later events. The energy within the hut subtly shifts. Odysseus and Telemachus speak with the quiet purpose of those who understand that a decisive moment approaches. The hut, once a simple refuge for an unknown traveler, becomes the birthplace of a plan to reclaim the household and restore order to Ithaca. Odysseus begins by outlining the realities of their situation. The suitors are numerous, armed, and accustomed to controlling the palace without challenge. They have spent years consolidating their influence, forming alliances among themselves, and drawing upon the wealth of the household to support their feasts. To confront them directly would invite destruction. Instead, Odysseus explains, they must approach the problem with the same strategic subtlety that guided his success in Troy and throughout his wanderings. Their strength lies not in numbers, but in timing, precision, and unity of purpose. Telemachus listens intently. His experiences abroad have prepared him to receive this guidance with clarity. He is no longer the uncertain youth he once was, but a young man shaped by hardship and knowledge. Odysseus, recognizing this, speaks to him not as a distant father returning after long absence, but as a mentor offering measured counsel. Together, they shape the outlines of a plan that will guide their next steps. The first priority is secrecy. Odysseus insists that his return remain hidden from all but a few trusted individuals. Telemachus must return to the palace alone, behaving as though nothing has changed. This requires steady composure, for the suitors will watch him closely, seeking any sign of weakness or unusual behavior. Their suspicions must not be awakened. The responsibility weighs heavily upon him, but he accepts it with quiet resolve. Odysseus then describes the symbolic importance of removing the household's weapons. The suitors feast in the great hall, surrounded by armor and spears that once belonged to the royal household. Odysseus instructs Telemachus to secretly move these weapons into a storeroom, leaving only a minimal number within reach. He explains that the suitors must be deprived not only of their physical advantage, but of the sense of dominance they have enjoyed for years. The symbolic act of restoring order through the removal of arms becomes a small but essential step toward reclaiming the heart of the palace. Telemachus accepts the task, understanding its significance. He listens as Odysseus explains the importance of maintaining composure, responding to insults with restraint, and waiting for the precise moment when action will be required. These instructions echo Athena's guidance, reinforcing the theme that success depends not on force, but on patience and clarity. As the plan unfolds, Eumaeus continues tending to his duties outside. His loyalty, consistent and unwavering, will soon become an important anchor in the sequence of events. For now, Odysseus chooses to maintain the disguise within the context of the larger household. The timing of each revelation must align with strategy, not emotion. The swineherd's role in the unfolding events will come with its own moment, shaped by the same careful progression guiding the rest of Odysseus's return. When the planning is complete, Odysseus rests for a moment, absorbing the transitions that await him. His long experience of hardship has honed his instinct for quiet reflection. He understands that the strength required to reclaim his home is not the strength of youthful battle, but the steady resolve of one who moves with purpose through uncertainty. The air within the hut remains calm, shaped by the crackling fire, the slow movement of shadows, and the gentle presence of the island around them. Soon afterward, Eumaeus returns and prepares to accompany Telemachus to the palace. The young prince departs with measured dignity, heading toward the heart of Ithaca with the knowledge that more than his own safety depends upon his composure. Odysseus watches him leave, aware that their paths will soon converge inside the great hall. For now, however, his place remains within the hut, observing, gathering strength, and waiting for Athena's next signal. The landscape surrounding the swineherd's dwelling holds the quiet beauty of morning. Olive trees shimmer in the light, the sea glints softly in the distance, and the rugged slopes of Ithaca stretch outward like a memory returning to focus. Odysseus, now fully aware of his surroundings, feels the island stirring around him in gentle recognition. Every ridge, grove, and pathway holds resonance. The place that once seemed lost to him has returned, carrying both the weight of responsibility and the reassurance of home. Athena reappears in the midst of this stillness, her presence once again guiding the transition from planning to action. She reassures Odysseus that the path ahead remains aligned with her support, though it will require steady endurance. She encourages him to maintain the disguise as he enters the palace, reminding him that strategy must prevail over emotion. Her guidance is gentle but purposeful, shaping the arc of events without overshadowing human agency. Odysseus prepares to leave the hut. His step is quiet, measured by years of experience. He carries the wisdom gleaned from countless trials, encounters with kings and monsters, storms and enchantments, triumphs and losses. Yet this final phase carries its own distinct gravity. The home he once commanded now contains forces that must be confronted through deliberation, restraint, and the precision of timing. His journey, marked by vast distances and mythical landscapes, now narrows into a single, familiar path leading toward the restoration of order. As he sets out, accompanied by Eumaeus, the countryside unfolds before him. Each step forward draws him closer to the heart of Ithaca's disorder, but also closer to the completion of the long story that began years earlier on the shores of Troy. The island, shaped by stone, sea, and memory, holds him in its quiet embrace as he approaches the decisive moment of his return. This chapter closes with the movement of Odysseus toward the palace, not as a king announcing his arrival, but as a traveler entering familiar ground with steady resolve. The final stage of his journey begins not with force, but with calm intention, marking the quiet transition from wandering hero to restored ruler. As the long arc of Odysseus's story settles into stillness, the contours of his journey stretch across the landscape of ancient memory like a fading constellation. His path carried him from the distant walls of Troy to the shifting waters of unknown seas, through realms shaped by gods, mortals, and the quiet endurance of time itself. Each chapter unfolded with deliberate patience, revealing not only the trials he faced, but the enduring resilience that guided him home. In this final moment, the noise of conflict has faded, leaving only the gentle presence of Ithaca, the island that stands as both beginning and end. The story lingers in the calm after a long voyage, where the sea rests in quiet folds, and the air carries the softness of returning peace. Odysseus's legacy endures not through spectacle, but through the quiet persistence that shaped every step of his path. His trials, triumphs, losses, and returns form a tapestry woven across centuries, still carried in the whispered lines of ancient poetry. As this retelling comes to its close, allow the rhythm of the story to drift outward, settling into the quiet spaces of rest. Thank you for listening, and may calm accompany you into sleep.